So, okay, Nana, I think I can being rich is having all what you require for this life. All the money that you require, you are rich. You can go to whatever you want. You can buy whatever you want to buy. You can live whatever you want to live. You can buy anything. You can buy anything because you have the money. But he says, wealth goes beyond your life. And he says, the people who are rich die with their money. They die with their estates. They die with their account to me. Because it tells you that even as we are thinking about today's financial management practices, financial management practices, that's what we are asking ourselves. Even as we earn our money, as we invest, as we save, are we striving to be rich, or we want to create wealth for generations to come? Now, this wealth creation is into three, as you can see in this tree. We have the leaves and fruits. These are the dividends, profits, income, returns, and rents. The other ones, these are the cash flows that you get from your investment. These are the income that comes from investment. What is the same as the bank? It is accumulated savings, pension, cycle, investment, real estate, bonds, and business. The other ones, these are the ones that you have put into a place that they are solidly kept to continue earning number one. Okay? Now, number three here is the roots. Roots is the starting bonuses, commission, and so on. In other one, this is the foundation. In other one, started with it. For example, now we have started. We have allowances and so on. This one to prayer part, build the other to not divide the other bottom. That's why it's very important to appreciate the fact that you have a salary for you to also to build the stem trunk and also eat the leaf and roots as a result. So this is very important to note that the wealth creation starts from this model. There are 5 minor mistakes that we need to avoid as we go along. Number one, you can make a mistake of not accumulating enough money to live on. Too little savings. And that takes us to the same challenge of saving. Okay? How do you save in the business of so many bills coming your way, so many loans, repayments to pay, and so on? How do you save? We'll see that as we progress. But too little savings, assuming current comfort and lifestyle, meaning you are getting your income and you are comfortable with what you are getting. There's a comfort zone that you are trying to avoid there. Okay? Then you know your health and the relationship, meaning you have no health plan. You need to take care of that. We look at that, how that will affect you as your personal finances. Depending on children as a source of cash flow, meaning you have no plan for yourself. It's good to know that we invest in children, they can help us if they wish. But I've seen parents very frustrated because they are kept hope that they allocate their children, they will be able to help them in this and the other. But they get frustrated because those children start up their life and they have their own issues. They are not able to help. So it is something that you need to avoid. Exposing money to higher risk is related to too much and vice versa is dangerous. And like now in the media, you go about investment, you get so many people advising you, put your money here, put your money there, and so on. All of my leads, what can get to know how to invest here and there. There are too many of them, but if you research all of them, you are going to lose. Okay? Then optimize your current financial situation. Think about this. You have a salary, you have an income, you are an employee. Probably you want to get self-employment, which is okay. And I think it's not a bad thing to have a side hustle as long as it's not interfering with your performance. You get a situation where you are getting more money into the basket. And in the process, you are enhancing your investments, your personal skills, you are investing in education, you are investing in networks, giving investments and so on. We shall see how personal finances. Now, savings, plan, and the challenges of saving. It's the same thing I started saying. It is not used. Yes, it is the ultimate, we edit everything that we receive, what happens tomorrow is a challenge that we are likely to face as individuals, but we have to pay the price. There's a pain in it, but there's vehicles available short term and long term. You can see it in a bank account, chamas, isacos, those are the main ones that we know are short term. Long term means you have put money that will give you fixed income, annuities, probably rental income is what will give you the rental income to continue giving you money over time. We're looking at these two these areas and asking ourselves where do we fit even as we age? Because there are some age where you're not supposed to invest in some areas. Okay, we're looking at that. But these are main ones, they are saving vehicles, and I can tell you
we have lost the CFO.
Meru, we lost you.
What's happening? Hello?
Prof, we can hear you, but we can't hear the CFO.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I thought I'm the one lost.
No, we are all of us, 17 of us.
Okay, thank you.
I can say good morning as we wait for him.
Thank you, DVC. Morning. No, afternoon.
Are you saying
Good
it is afternoon?
afternoon.
Yes, it's afternoon. Daniel, is there any hope?
I think we've lost the team in Meru. Let me just find out what it is.
Oh, okay.
Recording stopped.
Hey, what's happening?
CFO noticed in social and at least he allowed me to say something about the right finance. Is Icl was changed by the might all of us. Yes, we are immediately involved in self-responsibility so that we are making advances. I had it saying is up on their team, and the here also in the campus, we get a little bit about it, and I saw it. And I was imagining one of us came with a list that of the department or on the program, whichever you can be able to run them as long as you then we can make it. So that you're not saying mileage education, mileage medicine, mileage security, mileage science and technology. So that we are looking for the university, not studying for a particular part. So I want to tell you that one of us from academic affairs, take this very, very seriously, and to ensure that you are bringing somebody who you can be able to tell that department the data, and then we organize the one who did this very important. And I'm sure it will be very embarrassing for the main campus to be overtaken by Nairobi campus or Mombasa campus in the central cycle. So I'm calling upon every one of us to consult and ensure to are actually giving somebody on the board or two people on the board for this drive for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope
Recording in progress.
the Nairobi people are getting out on Mombasa. Dr. Maore?
We can hear you, CFO. We lost you for some time, but welcome back.
Yeah, we can hear you in Mombasa. You got lost, but now we can hear you.
Thank you. Let me continue. Thank you. I will move very fast because of time, but I don't want people to miss what I want them to get from this area. At the point where I was saying, in as much as saving is difficult, you have to be very deliberate on what to do. And if you are like any other Kenyan, when the economy is very now, probably you don't want to take chances. And sometimes you feel like all this money will be required somehow. And you have to struggle keeping tab on our savings, especially in SACCO and other areas. So I was saying before I went off that the best discipline is for you to have that money somewhere you're not seeing. And Mugambi and Dr. Mushiri there. We advised that when that age, you don't go investing in high risk components with high. In other words, that at that point, you can only do that of high risk and 70 of low risk. If you're in your fortress, maybe you can do a mix, you can do 50-50. But the guys who are young, ones who are in their 30s, can do 70. That in other words, they will do 20% of the high risk. That is, they invest in stocks, business, farming, and whatever. at 20%, and they do that percent on the low risk. In other words, they are take the risk because at their age, they can't lose much. They will cover with time. But for us who are in the higher gross, then we are being encouraged to do that. That is the benefit. I hope I'm clear. If you get part of the stock, you can go where you are. Yes, so high risk means stocks, business, farming, any kind of business is high because we know the outcome. Okay, but of course, the guys who are the lower bracket can go for that. In other words, what you are being encouraged at higher ages is that you move from government schools, special schools, which are the ones which are low risk. They are fixed income. You are assured of the money. The money will not be much in terms of returns, but they will give you assurance that you are not going to lose your money and you don't want to go into retirement when you have heart problems. I hope we are together there. Okay, quickly, I want to go through prudent financial habits because we are talking about prudent financial management. Remember at the beginning I said, we are trying to see how do we build ourselves as individuals to understand prudent finance so that we can be able to appreciate how do we do it for the employer. That is the message. Create a monthly budget. How many people do monthly budgets? I don't want to show one, but I'm very sure. Sometimes we try, sometimes we don't make it. And I wasn't been there before. And many of us. Doing a monthly budget, we try to assume that it is in our hands. I don't know how many people think like me. It is in our hands. I know the part of my net. Could you assume then I know what I use it for. But
Have we lost Humphrey again?
It seems
20,000. I don't know how that one happens. And when they are putting king in the items, I'm looking at the figures. Accountants also they go with the figures. Your people are removing the things from the tray, but your mind is on the calculator. How much will it come to? I was also shocked to realize that this impulse buying, they are saying, this article is saying, the bigger the basket, the trolley, the bigger the purchase. So it is not by accident that they put those big trolleys. Because when you take it, you put in things until you fill them and you pay. So there's something that we need to avoid. Please, in that article, I can even send you the link in the staff photo so that you can understand how dangerous. So it means that okay, so if you are able to or somebody has logged in with another gadget. And remember, if you wanted to talk for 5,000 and you eventually end up talking for 15,000, that means they are this guy big require that time. That one has happened to me many times. I go and buy a full load of trolley, but when I reach home, you realize that these things I probably you require them, but not that time. So you keep that stock for a whole month in the house, and you have other things to do with that money. So I will send you that link so that you can see how that one looks like. So then credit card, for those who are using credit card, please don't miss out on the payment of credit card, because those guys make money when you don't pay on due time. Okay? If you look at the statement of people who use credit card, that the moment you skip paying, there's a 5,000 or 6,000 that will go. And those guys are very happy when they check off that amount from your account. So planning for the long term, please plan for the long term. We'll look at that in details later. Take advantage of seasonal offers. I can give an example of an offer that I was there recently, and I thought very interesting. As the market says, we are giving you an offer of buying spaghetti costing about 125. They are saying we'll give you 3 of them at the price of 115. And I went and bought quite a number after stock of it. The question is, why did they do that? They know that when you go to the market to buy that spaghetti, you will buy that thing. It's the same like comment. But when they can offer, please take it. Okay? Compare prices across markets. I don't know whether people know that sometimes you have shops that are, especially in Nairobi, you have shops that are out in one line. What's the price of this thing? The same thing here. You go to the next 3 shops to find the price is cheaper by 500 or 1,000. So take time to just crisscross and check. I find it very interesting in most of the times when the open market areas. You go and buy an item and bargain and get and pay. And then you move to the next 2-3 people that are selling and you ask for the thing. the same thing is costing how much? If you realize here it is cheaper by 1,000, and you are going to go to the other side. I don't know how many people have done that. Sometimes I ask myself, why I was even asking again, and I actually report. That remains as well. So I think we need to just shop around, make online comparison of what is costing me and there, then you'll be able to get a better deal. Please undertake maintenance, routine maintenance of your items in the house, wherever they are. And I think that concept to bring it in the last review. What is the impact? If you are leaking whatever in the house, and you say, this one I'll do it next time. By the time you try to do it, you have to, assuming there's water leaking from somewhere. By the time you are trying to repair, you have to place quite a number of things. So please, once you see something happening for repair requiring attention, please work on it very fast. How many people know that there's an insurance, there is a 15% insurance relief on life cover? How many people know that? If you buy life insurance cover now, you get a 15% insurance relief. In other words, if you have an insurance cover, 15% of that will take your payroll and it reduces the tax you pay to care. So if you have a life cover, please, you need to see more with the right policy and the right there so that they can access to get some coins out into your bank. Remember, if you are able to save even 1,000 or 2,000, a lot of you buy even at the current price of bunga, you buy 4 packets. Another 1,500 will buy you 5 liter cooking oil. Okay? So please take note of that. Very important to know that. There are summary of elements of financial, summary of personal finance. I'm not going to watch each one of them. I think this document will be available to members to be and understand and be able to utilize fund. But if whatever area you are looking to personal finance will appear in this category. Okay, I will not go into each one of them, but I want us to look at 4 aspects of finance, personal finance. There's something in finance called matching concept. Matching concept means that you have to match your income to expenses. If you're not able to do the matching of your income expenses, then it means to be over borrowing, overspending. And that is where the expenses comes in, as I told you. So please, the budgeting that we talked about earlier comes in play here. So that your income, that you understand how much do I earn, how much do I spend per month. So that you need to stay within your income levels. Now on the flip side also, there is savings and investment. The reason why these two are together is that they are written, but they are doing difference. In other words, you can save money in a bank, for example, but it will not earn you much. In the current finance theories, the fact is you may put your money in a savings account and still not get reasonable returns. The secret of money market today is on investment. Let your savings move from the savings account to investment. Invest in low risk, of course, high returns if you are young, and go for low returns. Okay, low returns, low risk if you are years upon. So the issue, the advice here is please stop having money in your bank because they open you. Invest, and I'm looking at areas that you can invest shortly. I want us to have a quick assignment. I hope all of us have a notebook, somewhere you can write. I want us to write to have 3 columns. Okay? And the people online with us.
Yes, we are.
Dr. Maure?
Yes,
can
yes,
hear
we are.
you.
We are together, CFO.
Dr. Maure, are you with us?
We are hearing you. We are. It seems they can't hear us.
We are
We
hearing
can
you.
hear you. We can hear you, CFO.
We can hear you clearly.
We can hear you. Okay. So I have 3 columns in a notebook. One of the columns is assets. The other column is liabilities. The third column is net worth. Now, I know some of us may not be having the actual figures of what the valuation, what we call fair value of assets. But if you bought your plot at about, let's say, 5 million or 3 million, or whatever it is, na ukajenga, you can do a quick estimate. We are not doing absolute figures here. So if you do that, and then any other asset that you own, assets are things that you own. You could be having, a rental premise. Just give us an estimate. We are just doing an estimate. Just a fair value. We are just trying to see, even if you miss it by whatever amount, but there's a concept I want us to get. Okay? Those assets that you have. The other column is liability. Liabilities are like, if you have a loan with the bank, that's a liability. If you owe somebody some money, that's a liability. If you owe the circle, that's a liability. How much is that? But the shares in a circle, ziweke kwa assets. The shares in your circle are your assets. Okay? In your house, don't struggle going to small things. This furniture is how much. Just give an estimate and say probably my households are worth 50,000 or 100,000, depending on. Okay, it's just a simple idea of your net worth. And I'll tell you why this analysis is very important for you. If you are not at a point where probably you will not be salaried, because sometimes bank will not give you. Of course, banks will not give you a loan, and secure loan if you don't have a salary. But this will tell you something. But we'll come to the other side now of cash flow. Ile pesa inaingia kwako. The areas that you have money, that bring money in your bank, you have to angalia after this. But I want you to just do a quick evaluation of your net worth. If you say column 1, that is assets minus liability, becomes a negative. If it is a negative, then your financial status your credit status is wanting. That is a plain. But I will tell you why that is not the end. I will tell you why that is not the end when you come to cash flow. Okay? Assuming you did have a salary, then the balance we are seeing in the land column is what the banks would look for when they are giving you a loan. If it's a negative, they will decline. Anybody who doesn't have an idea of where to place whatever they have as in possession? No, we come to other streams of income. This is just an asset and liabilities for somebody who is
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Yes, there is something we call expected inheritance. Najua ni yangu, lakini bado sijapewa.
Okay. That one, if it is not yours for now, just leave it for now. It might help you in the future.
Okay.
Because if you don't have a title to it, that means the bank will not give you any loan. Okay. That should not worry you if it's a negative. Because even me, for example, just I'm in the same position with my because I also I'm supposed to inherit, but I don't have the title. So that one is for another day. Yes. Assuming it gets a court case and plus in the court for 20 years. So you can't put it here for now. But yes, and that's what I was saying. As any property that you have and you can keep an entity, it is there. Put it there. That tells you in the absence of a salary, we are assuming you have to come today. That means the bank will give you a loan based on this balance sheet. Because your net worth is positive. But no worries. Whether it's negative or not, we want to put another column. I don't know how wide your columns were, but I have another line somewhere. Other streams of income. That is salary. These are cash flows. Okay? That's why I need to want to emphasize so much on the negative in the network. Those are cash flows. Money that hits your bank on monthly basis, quarterly basis, yearly basis. This is why you find you are. That I want you to put the number of 11 streams that you have that comes to your bank or comes to you. Story number one, if you're in a circle, there are dividends. If you're invested, you have a fixed deposit, fixed income, fixed interest income. Okay? If you have rentals, rental income, how many streams can you count? If you are negative on the network, and on the other side, you have only one stream of revenue, cash flow called salary, then that's where the danger is. Okay, I hope you are getting the point. Ryan, is it Indiana? You're in a point because on your network, you are negative. All the assets you can put the value in, you are in the negative. Assuming you have 2 million loans in the bank, and also you have only a salary. So if you leave them today, it means if you approach a bank to give a startup capital for a business, they will struggle to give you the startup capital for a business. That's what I mean. But if you have a negative network, and this other side you have a salary, you have a business that brings you like you're talking about employees, meaning there's a company there bringing money, that's a business income. So if you have more than the salary, you have other streams of revenues, then you are safe. That is prudent financial money. In other words, you are not exposed. You're looking at the risk shortage. Okay? So that will not worry you. Meaning, if you find yourself having a negative network, and you have only the salary, then it means you need to work hard towards getting additional revenue streams that will be streaming into your bank. And for purposes of this meeting, the term cash flow and assets. How many people know people who have left work, who are employed in the corporate sector or in the public sector, and they went home, and then they bought assets, they bought land, they had properties up and apart. But they keep on, the children, they keep on sending them money. How many people can connect with that? Okay? The difference between cash flow and assets is in that scenario. If you don't keep on sending those parents money, they will start selling one asset after the other to be able to get cash flows. Are you getting it? So there's a very big difference between having cash flows flowing into a bank and having assets somewhere without giving you returns. But assuming this couple that return the good are flat and they are getting paid to income, they even call the children. They wouldn't. So cash flow and assets, they are apart in terms of prudently managing your financial resources. That's why if you get a ransom like Dr. Kifara here, you get a ransom money from gratitude. and decided she wants to buy a government security, either treasury bonds or mostly treasury bills or treasury bonds. That capital stays with the central bank, but they will keep on giving every 6 months. They give you a return of investment, meaning that the cash flow already you are tracking your bank, and your cash is safe. Okay, so those are things that you need to understand and also advise your people. So they will keep on asking for money from the sons and daughters who are employed, and they are even have assets, but those assets are not bringing in cash. And the same case to us. We could be having frauds here and there, but we get broke sometimes. Because those assets are not giving us revenues. The assets that are matter here are the ones that are bringing cash inflows into our banks. That is the difference between cash flows and assets. Okay? Now, on risk management, I will not spend too much time on this because I wanted us to think through. Now, as we understand the prudent personal financial management, how can you make this someone, as an employee of Kenya? What is my role in prudent financial management of the university? As an employee, what is my role in prudent financial management of the university? Kenya. I will want that something there before I finish on this. And how do I mitigate this? How do I help the university against risk? And we'll be speaking about this here shortly. So that's the question that they want us to quickly think through, give the points from the 3 campuses, but in the meantime, think about it as I share about risk. Warren Buffett said, to make money they didn't have, and they didn't need, they used what they didn't have and they didn't need. That is foolish. That is Warren Buffett. One of the greatest, at some point, he was one of the oldest guys in the world, also of his investment in stocks, the world markets. What Warren Buffett is simply saying, to make money they didn't have and they didn't need, they risked what they didn't have and they didn't need. The other one, you are putting your money in risky venture. This is exactly what Warren Buffett is saying. In other words, he's saying you have to be very careful when you are putting your money. Risk is a possibility of loss. Sometimes the loss is trivial, some other times it can be a big issue. Remember, as I said earlier, when the risk is low, the cost is not too high. It is safe to assume risk. But when it is too costly to assume risk, you need to have to manage it. In other words, someone said everything is risky. You can't avoid it. According to said, even getting born is also risky. Kuzaliwa tu hivi was a risk by itself. So in other words, we will not avoid it to come across risky. But we have to live with it. It is a possibility of losing money on an investment. Okay? There is no way to eliminate risk, but there are ways to avoid, minimize risk. I will show you how that one happens. There's a risk I want us to look at. Credit risk or default risk, the danger associated with borrowing money. Should the borrower become insolvent and unable to pay, then there's default. This happens to all of us here. There are people who are borrowing money from us. They defaulted, and you forgot about it. Those are high risk. Okay? Those who are high risk borrowers. And that's why we are being questioned against foreign breakthrough, credit risk or default risk. It will affect the way our money flows into our banks. Now, there's something called insurance. There is antidote, and I hope next time we will be able to have somebody taking insurance as a way of mitigating our risk. How many people have been in alarms or in fundraisers where you think you ask yourself, it was insurance. I wish I was insurance. It would have taken care of this cost. Very By the time when you are being told to pay 2,000 or 3,000 premium per month to cover us for half a million per year. But when the calamity occurs, you guys, I wish you are not insurance. By the way, sometimes if you look at the premium, the insurance companies operate on the hope that the risk will not occur. If the risk does not occur, then the 5K is their profit. But if the issue you have insurance occurs, then they lose half a million. It's a bet. So you can imagine a premium of 5,000 per year. But there's a benefit of half a million in the event that occurs. Think about it. There are risks which I have explained here. Quickly, I will not go into very much detail because of time. There's what we call income risk. Income risk will come if you die, for example, what happens to your future? These are some of the things you need to think about. As much as Ben is not a very welcome idea, but ask yourself if you are not there. This is where the life insurance cover comes in. You pay 5,000 or 6,000 a year or whatever. When you are gone, your people get 2 million. But as long as you are alive, give those guys every year, every month, giving us some money. And disability can occur. You can have an accident and so on. It means your income will not be there anymore. So those are things that you need to ask yourself. That's why the discussion on insurance is very key here. Expenses, this one I talked about it, where you have more expenses than your income. Investment risk is where you're putting your money into risk. Investment, and this is where probably we ask ourselves, if you get half a million today, for example, and you want to invest, where do you start? You need a personal financial coach. Okay? You need a personal financial coach. Even the guys who win millions, when they go, they win millions after they win medals. Some of them, if they don't get a financial coach to tell them how to invest, they end up spending all that money. And some of them, have ended their money. Okay? Then there's debit and credit risk, too much debt. There's bad debt and good debt. I'll show you. Good debt is money that you borrow for home loan, for education loan, business loan, those are good debt. But kuna bad debt. You are buying, if you are taking a loan for consumption, for renting, for high depreciating assets like vehicle, most of us not agree with that because we are there. But that is the fact. They are called high depreciating assets. Okay? So it's good to know what is good debt and what is bad debt. And good debt will continuously give you income even as you are repaying debt. As you are repaying the loan. How do you manage this? Almost finished. And I hope you are meditating on that question because we are going to have a as we finish. You can mitigate this, you can manage this in 4 ways. Assume it's not there. Assume it is not. Then it's okay. Not what a changa. Okay? Do nothing. Then there's the one for avoiding risk. You take measures to lower the level of risk. Okay? Avoiding risk. In other words, this is where, for example, if you have a car and you want the premium to go down, you can avoid the risk. I is paying the my premium by ensuring that car has an alarm, because the car not be stolen for your advantage. A tracker. You can have benefits that will make the insurance company feel you are not risky. Your car is not a risk factor. So you pay them a lower premium. Okay, you can share it by dividing this between the participants. For example, the cover we have for health cover we have for our staff as a copay. A copay means we are partly reducing the risk that the insurance company is undertaking, and as such, we can negotiate for a lower, usually negotiate for a lower premium that we are going to pay the insurance company. Then, lastly, you can transfer it to someone else called the insurance company. Transfer the risk, what that's the event occurs, they are the ones to bear the cost. Don't you remember? Know your take home, pay, visual your net. Now, when am I having net? That is the advisor. Even when banks are giving euros, you don't look at the net, look at the net. That's saving now, compare interest rates, you move around, you don't have the money and you want to invest, move around and see who is the best rate. Never borrow what you can't pay, get a budget that one is in. Remember that high returns means high risk. Don't expect something for nothing. Remember the scheme ilikuwa unaenda pesa. I can see some people smiling. We found ourselves there. Some families broke because of the money that they never was. Then engage a finance coach on your financial. Please never ignore this. If somebody in this university was a charity investment, see, I will connect them to very good financial coaches that will tell them where to invest. I have a very good friend of mine who reports every day in a stock exchange at Mission Center. He will tell you, put in KCB, buy KCB shares. They are making a profit now. From what I'm seeing, the NGM coming next month, they will announce our profits. And the shares will go up. There are many people who can advise you, but don't just put the money without getting advice. Lastly, stay in your lane. Comparison kills creativity and joy. According to Brown, stay in your lane. Don't compare the level of investment or the level of saving of another person because you are in different lanes. Please stay in your lane. If you can save 1,000 shillings, save it. You can save 500, save it. That is your lane. Let's not have financial distress, which you started with by comparing how others are faring on. So, stick to your lane. Moderator, I don't know whether I go to question and answers or we have time, we can break up and answer that question. Oh, I don't think. Sorry, I'm very tall. I can see you. Let's appreciate them first. Yeah, we are a little outside of time. So we have, let's do question and answer, yes? Then we can I think the topic has been very exciting, very stimulating. Money matters. Hopefully you will take the question. We'll start as usual. This is the house and then go online. And I'll be a bit selfish, so I'll start with mine. In my economics class, I was taught that saving is a function of income and consumption. So you can actually the equation is S is equal to I minus C. I for income, C for consumption. Now, if income is low and the consumption is high, what is the effect? Becomes negative, isn't it? S becomes negative. Average is teaching us to save by force. So he's teaching us to define the economic rules. Now I want him to comment also to bring that discussion. If you go by this rule of economics also, even from my personal experience is that you may consume always.
You know, especially what we have learned about impulsive buying. You go to a supermarket and all of a sudden something attracts you. You had not about it in the past, but they thought evaporated because you didn't need it, but you find buying. One time I went to a supermarket, I got a teenager, and it's like everything. You put it into the product. I told her, we didn't come to ready the supermarket. And then she was very argumentative. We did argue. We are not rating anything. So she's still putting in the trolley. So we need to be very careful, especially when we shop in. So after your address this question of why we must be the same against all odds. Now let me take your other questions. Given mine. There's one, okay, we need the mic for those who are online. You can come here.
My name is not that question. But to support they deserve to talk about economics. When somebody talk about economics, it makes me think. Anyway, I'm not replying your question because it's direct to Humphrey, but I want us to take a calculator to support what Humphrey has said. Let's comment. You have a calculator? You know your age? I mean DNA. Your DNA. Either although you know whether it's biological age multiplied by pre-tax income, annual pre-tax income. All pre-tax income, annual. Not pre-tax income, it means that the gross income, annual, divided by 10. Annual pre-tax income times your age divided by 10. Screwed nowadays in inheritance. Whatever you got, if you got more than your net worth, you are doing okay. You have a figure, are we together? You computed the net worth which you have. Well, the net worth is what you have minus what? The liabilities. Asset minus liabilities. I know at that particular time, asset minus liabilities, if you write some of us as negative. If you have a negative, don't continue. You are already in the red. It's in the red. You are doing it simply one. Now, whatever I do. But if you have your assets, probably your net worth, then whatever you get, and your net worth is lower than that, it is you are doing something, do something. You are doing not okay. But if whatever you get here in this computation is more than is less than the net worth, then you are doing okay. There's something to blow your mind. You can calculate what you are doing. I was supporting him about how to compute the well-being. Number two, also I came to realize, yes. Age, biological age, on DNA, because you cannot sit yourself, times pre-tax income annual, divided by 10.
you have remaining 1 year.
Divided by 10, we are talking about your net worth, what you are supposed to be at least having, so that at least you are a bit okay, that you have been having some prudence investment. Tuko pamoja? Otherwise, where that formula research people have been developed in America to compute about that. So, but those, I say that those who are already your net asset is negative, not even the the other one is that to those who are 5 years and old and above, like some of us, mambo ya kununua mashamba tuache. What we require is cash flow. Kwa sababu sasa itakupeleka hospitali kama itakupeleka, it will not. Furthermore, you will be land rich. Watu kama maore watoka Nairobi wanataka kukusha. Waseme because they are expecting inheritance. They will reject. Mzee ako na shamba, mama ako na shamba, na ako na simu. Hawezi uza. So you have to balance between cash flow and other things, property. That's great. It is right. You talk about the economic of both savings, consumption, and whatever. There is no income which is withdrawn, not received. Because remember, most of your area where you can buy most is expenditure. Is consumption. It will depend where you want to take your children. It depends what you want to buy in the supermarket. So consumption is. Hata kama unapata 500 baadaye, at least save your. Thank you.
Another question or comment from this house, and then we go online. Well, we have a mobile mic. People don't have
Yes, thank you. Now, thank you for the very good presentation and enlightenment on the financial management. You talked about saving money in your account and also investment. And you are questioning us about potentially saving in your account. There is the recurrent expenditure and the emergency, which you cannot in the investment. With the investment is the investment, of course, we're expecting cash for rental houses, suppose, and those others. What do you do with the recurrent expenditure? Do you keep that money in or in the house? What do you do?
Yeah, good. Do we have another one? Yes, different Dr. Karanja, Victor. Different Dr. Karanja. You are not saying amen.
It's coming.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you so much. My question is related to saying, now that there is a kind of this issue of expenditure and the savings to investment, and also contingencies, in an ideal case, what should be the proportion of other fish?
Thank you. Mine is on the tree border, lotus. You see that we start with the leaves, roots, stem, and the roots. To me, I thought it was the other way around because I started with salad for you. So you get the fruit. But the view can clarify.
Okay, I think we'll leave it there. Okay. Dr. Monisi, just that's the last time. No, I'm looking at the I have an hour for lunch. Yeah? Okay, yeah.
A small one.
Yes.
A number of us are quite large. Now, we sell the land and buy houses for absolutely any fashion. Thank you.
The other day, Sadiq Giro, the former press secretary of President Moi, said you only need 2 houses, one to live in and one to live on. Only two. One to live in and one to live on. And how? Let's go online question and answers. You are renewed, introduce yourself and ask a question. You could not support me. Anyone there? Maura, you are our tester. Are you hearing us? Dr. Maura? I'm a little here, doctor. And this. Dr. Susan, can you hear us from Nairobi? Are we connected?
We can hear you, Registrar. We are following.
We can hear.
That is better. Now, do we have a question from those who are online? You can either put it on the chat or introduce yourself and ask. At the count of 3, we assume there is none. 1, 2, and let's assume they are satisfied with the next step. Let's invite the update.
No, there was something. Registrar was trying to talk.
Ah, you are? Okay, go ahead and ask all comments.
Yeah, Humphrey did not touch on when he talked about prudent financial management. There are some others who talk about the family. For those who have families, assuming now you are a husband and a wife, and the both of you are earning, do I do mathematics independently, or what do you advise?
Okay, Dr. Maura. I think I have taught that subject in our fellowship. It's only that the context is different, but it's a very controversial topic of discussion. Sometimes because from a point of view of some people is that what you want. You are supposed to say the Alliance na yetu ni yetu. Unasikia hiyo comment? Yako ni yetu, yes. Pesa yangu ni yangu, lakini yako ni yetu. That topic has been handled in the sector, but there hasn't been a way of harmonizing it because some people will prefer having it separating the views. Utalipia watoto shule, utalipia utalipa rent, yako ni utafanya hivi. But I've always discouraged personally, from my point of view, that I've never embraced that kind of thinking. When we get money in my head, we get say what when my salary comes first. For example, when I came to claim my salary, but my wife asked me, "Are you sure when you make the right choice?" Because she was not used to manage salary coming rate. At that point is when you realize that when you don't have the money going in, then your partner must be able to, if you are separated bills, how are you going to convince the other person to pay your bills? You get into controversies and controversies. So my belief from my point of view to answer Dr. Maura is that whichever salary comes first, it pays the bills that are due then. I can see there is smiling there. That topic is has various versions depending on each family. But that is how I must successfully handle money without controversies. I know many people prefer having their own budget, their own money paying certain bills. But I found it very, I have cases where somebody loses a job, simply because somebody has lost an income, and the other part says, no, it's not a family. Okay? But I found that also thing better because the balances are then the balances were so. The only problem with that is that somebody is not dispersed with this money. What the other part will have a problem because for sacrificing to bring it on table, the other guy is putting his money also, so it becomes a challenge. So it's a situation which should be handled family by family. Let me say, there's no way of saying it is universal. This is the way they should happen. Because if it was for me, where I get my salary and we pay bills together. I don't remember that any time when I have considered paying rent, for example. No. But that's a good principle that I embrace myself and it has worked well for me for that 24 years of my marriage. Okay? Okay, now that's the bit that we can talk, cannot end that fast, but that is the position. So I think let me answer quickly the aspect of challenge of saving. That's why I emphasize on saving because I know even the person that has left have a cost. But as Dr. Mugabe talked about economics, so even in the same economics, an expenditure is a function in economics. Which they all have to ask ourselves. For example, in Kenya and the problem here, part of the reason why we manage to stabilize finances is looking at where do we cut costs. The link will be coming to that as we look at cash. Where do we cut costs? The role of the finance manager or the person handling finances, or the business, where you cut the costs so you can have money available to pay critical areas of operation. The same case to a personal finance situation. You say, where do I cut from? Can I tell you, since this issue of inflation came in, Dr. Mutuka, I avoided going to market because no money. Seriously, the other number will go with is my wife, but the other thing, we are going to approaching them and they come and we are from the supermarket. Sometimes you can't avoid it. You have said 10K, you have to wrong, you said 10K. Yeah, so you reduce expenses on one side and then see what you have saved, what you have saved in your consumption, where can you take it? Because also when you save it, find a way of putting it back into your savings. So I think it's a thing to note that for you to, in as much as saving is difficult because of the circumstances of the low income level, reduce some costs that are not compulsory and plug into your savings. And then there was a question on contingency fund. How do we finance contingency business if you are taking all this money to savings? The rule of the damn base from business experts is save at least 30% of your net pay. 30% is too high. Can tell you. But if you are able to save half of it, you are well and good. So that when you are talking about the percent, don't leave your bank empty because remember also when you put some money into investment, some investment will not give you cash overnight to actually also. That is what Dr. was asking. That's where now a contingency fund comes in. Assuming you go to your bank and say, put this 1,000 every month for a contingency account. So starting on. And I told you that if you want to get that money into an account, please don't allow it to come to your phone, to your account. You will not take it there. Where the bank does exactly that, the point where it is transmitted into your account. So I think the idea is try to balance in such a way that you don't keep your cash depleted, and when you are an emergency in the night, you can't fuel your car. I think that will not be helping you can't say 2,000, save 1,000. If you can't say 2,000, save 500. I think the idea is whatever small it is, let it be in the saving basket. Okay, that is the idea. Then the other question of the ratio, I think I've answered the issue because of the ratio. It is not a matter to have such a ratio and so on. Look at your circumstances and say, if I have a net of this amount of money, if I comfortably save 2,000 shillings per month, I will still have money to run the monthly budget. I think that is very important. And remember also in the monthly budget, you have much of say, probably the challenge we have, all of us, me included, is sometimes we got too much emphasis on the budget. So by the time you are trying to save, you have already spent because you are not sticking your expenses as you are progressing. So that is very important to understand. And then the model of the tree where I was showing the salary and the root. The idea of that tree was to say, what is your friend? Where did you get money from? Because the root is where you are primary, you are anchored in your income. If you are anchored in business, that is your root. If you are anchored in salary, that is your root. Because the root is what the gives the foundation of you having SACCO deposit. SACCO deposit will give you dividends at the top. So the idea of that is to have a foundation. What is your foundation of inheritance? This business, is it the salary? That is the root. Then you can put that money in a unit trust or a SACCO, and then at the top there, when you're getting the fruits, the dividends, and the interest income. That's what the idea. So I think the last question is on if you have land, an end land, you don't bring in income, what do you do? What I would advise if you have pieces of land, let's say you have 2 or 3 plots, okay? Get a value they charge in the market. So not charge you a lot of money. Get a value of that land. Once you get a value of that land, you have to pay. These two pieces of land are worth 10 million. But there's another piece of land there worth 10 million. For example, I'm giving you just examples. If you don't dispose some to construct something that can give you a revenue stream, the one I was calling cash flow, then it means all those properties will still stay there. You will get at some point you get a minimum budget and sell one. So the best thing is assemble all your assets and say they are worth this kind of money. If I sell 2, can I put it in 1? Because sometimes these rental spaces depends on how you look at them. I've seen very many people constructing simple, affordable houses at minimum cost and they're receiving rental income from them. So I think the idea is have the value, see which one can give you more money, and build where probably you are going to get a higher rental income for those properties. So don't let them be idle, because if they keep on being idle, a point to reach where you are likely to sell it because of cash flow issues are the one we talked about. I don't know that there's any question I've not answered.
Thank you. I think, as I mentioned, I have been waiting to hear from this presentation with each, because even when we were conceptualizing it, I like the way you have participated to set up so much of the personal financial management. But I have in mind the corporate financial management that is, prudent financial management that is controlled as demo, as a family. For example, where you walk around and find lights working all over during the day, and will be bills in terms of millions. You find some taps running out. Running when they are functional, when it doesn't turn it off. And you handle customers carelessly when we need them to come and bring money and that's a dimension I really want to hear. How, as a corporate, we can manage our finances and cut down on natural consumption. I know we have done a lot of good in that field, but also, manage what we have so that we can save and increase our financial capacity. Thank you.
Okay. If you look at the question what I wanted, the idea was people to grasp sometimes financial concepts can be misunderstood. People who are non-financial may not understand some concepts. The idea was people to understand in their personal life what is financial management. That's why I posed the question for plenary discussion. What is the role of me as a member of staff in ensuring prudent financial management for the university and mitigating the university against risk? That's the question I posed the problem. So because I wanted people to juggle their mind, remember also this topic was a bit interesting because if you read that topic, if you take that topic to a finance department or to a plenary, you'll say, what is the finance topic? Let them tell us how they are going to ensure that prudent financial management or finance, that are also handling finance. So I wanted it to come in such a way that it is coming from people. They understand their role in that in their personal capacity, and then we expound it to the institution. How can we have prudent financial management as a matter? So I think that the primary discussion can happen between the three campuses, and then we discuss.
Okay, I think with that, we'll end it there. In 20 minutes or in 15 minutes, we want to have a quick lunch. We hope Maurice, thank you. We have the presenter for the next session, and we don't want to hold it. And we will also want to save time from around 4 for one-on-one plenary. So we will ask the rep to pray for us. We'll go to cafeteria, and I hope Jane, we are married for 2 service points. Yeah, so that we do it very fast and come here. Let's take 2:10. 30 minutes. Thank you.
Naomba tusimame kwa maombi. Uwezo ambao tumepewa ahadi ya utunzaji na matumizi ya pesa. Nashukuru hata wakati umetutunuku nafasi ya kwenda kupata chamcha, tunakualika uweze kubariki chakula ambacho mahala ambapo tunaenda kula. Tunaomba kwamba wale ambao tunajua uweze kufanikisha waweze kupata mlo nao wakati mwingine kwa ajili ya afya bora. Nakushukuru kwa sababu umezidi kutushikilia, umetupa afya njema na uhai wakati huu. Tunaomba uwepo wako uzidi kuwa nasi, sababu tunaamini katika jina la Yesu wetu.
Amen.
Recording stopped.
They went to land, but
Solomon, yes. There are no documents already. Eh. Or they are not complete. Because, okay. Then, you know, I have 2 funerals. So I'm traveling tomorrow. And unless now they are brought on Monday. I'm saying I have 2 funerals on Friday and Saturday, Nyumbani. So I'm traveling tomorrow. Yeah. So unless they are brought on Monday I'll be back. Okay.
Cash withdrawal.
From Nairobi, are we there? Can I get confirmation from Nairobi? Crispo, Susan?
Yes,
Now that is-
Ezra, we are in. We are in.
Very good. Mombasa? I didn't get any contact name in Mombasa. I know the director is here.
We are there.
Oh, you're there. Anyway, that's okay. So we are together, and I will say we need to be prepared so that we don't go and die. Retirement is not a death sentence. So let's prepare so that we can go and enjoy the rest of life. You have been delayed with certain years, and the bonus for those who are in the right books with the Lord. So you can get any bonus even up to 100 years. We would like to live around longer and enjoy the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living before transit takes. So with those many remarks, I will now invite Morris to invite our resource person and do a brief introduction. Morris.
Thank you, Registrar. Good afternoon, members. Our next session is on retirement. Therefore, we have invited some people from our service providers for the scheme, that is just right and ICL. We were not able to get the trainers from RPA, but these others are also competent enough because it's a youth. And I will not introduce them much. I will only introduce Joseph Ouma from Chester Right, who will introduce himself and also introduce the person from ICL, who will be our trainer for this session. Joseph Ouma, I hope you can hear us.
Yes, Morris, I can hear you clearly.
Recording in progress.
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me well?
Thank you very much. You are now presenting to everyone, so you can go ahead.
Thank you indeed, Morris, for the opportunity, and Prof, and the rest of the team. Today's session is about retirement preparedness. So with me, I invited my colleague, a partner in terms of service provision for the scheme. That is Rachel from ICL. So Rachel is going to take us through part of it, and then I'll jump in later to touch a little bit on annuities. So just right away, Rachel, kindly you can introduce yourself and take it up from there. At least we see we approximate that part. The session might take about 1 hour 30 minutes at most, the 2 sessions. So I request the team to be patient, so that at least we'll be able to get and learn from this session. So, karibu sana Rachel.
Thank you, Joseph. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rachel Gumbi. I'm a investment manager with ICL Asset Manager, the fund manager of the scheme. Allow me to share my screen so that I can start my presentation. Joseph, you can confirm you can see my screen?
Yes, Rachel, it's clear. Proceed.
Okay. All right. I'll kick off. I'll cover 4 parts in my presentation. I'll introduce who is ICL on asset management, a brief overview of money, financial planning, retirement planning, and the options that we have. So ICL on asset management, we call ourselves ILAM, is a subsidiary of a large stable financial services group, the ICL Holdings, which has 4 companies under it: ICL Life Assurance, ICL General Insurance, ICL Trust Company, and ICL Asset Management. All are financial service providers. And We've been in the industry for over 35 years. We started providing investment management services in 1985. We offer our services both in Kenya and in Uganda, so we are regulated by the Retirement Benefits Authority and the Capital Markets Authority in both countries. And our product offering involves investment management of pension schemes, which could be segregated or guaranteed, collective investment schemes, or what you'd know as unit trust funds, REITs, private wealth management, property investment management, offshore investments, balance sheet investments, umbrella pension schemes, and also investment advisory services. So I'll start on just a brief on the basics of money. I'll start by a quote that says, "It's not how much money you make, it's how much money you're able to keep." That's a quote from Robert Kiyosaki from the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And here we are saying this is the cycle of money that takes place in our households and as individuals, as families. When we get our money, we are able to spend it. If we have debts, we pay debts. Then we make investments. And really that covers in a broad way just how money moves in our hands. So come the next month or when an income checks in, it goes through the same cycle depending on the needs that are there in the households. But we have a competitor of this money that we are making every day, this money that we get in payment of the hours we spend giving services or selling products. And that is inflation, which is a sustained rise of the general price of commodities. And what does that do? Inflation doesn't foster investing. It really encourages more spending because as you'll see in this other picture, over the time, we need more money to buy just the same basket of goods. And I think the conversation that has been there in this country for the last few months is the cost of living, and that defines basically inflation. And so while we are trying to make our financial journey, while we make money and you want to put that money in investments, we have something that's competing with the money that you're making, and that's inflation. About money is that about 6% of employees or people who are in employment live from paycheck to paycheck, which is really not an ideal picture or an ideal situation for you to be handling your money that way, to live from paycheck to paycheck. But at times it's the circumstance. And even when incomes increase, it really doesn't solve that problem, because when incomes increase, human beings just tend to increase their level of expenses. And how many are able to save on a month-to-month basis? About 33% are able to save, which is not an ideal situation, especially even as a country. We need more savings so that we can have more investments from all aspects. So what do we do next? After we have seen that we have a competitor to the money that you're making, we need to have a financial plan as individuals, as households, and we need to undertake 5 major steps for us to say that we have succeeded in financial planning. In the years that we are giving our best energies for payment of salaries, for payment of income that's coming to our pockets, then we need to be proud at the end of the journey and say that we really used our money in a prudent way. And we can only do that if we follow 5 main steps. First, as at today, how is your financial wellness status? And this you can only get if we engage also a financial advisor who will be able to tell you how to check on how you spend your money, where you put your investments. And from that, then it sets a table for you to set smart goals, smart financial goals. And these goals are both long-term, until retirement or even after retirement, and they need to be specific. So the moment they are not specific, even psychologically, we are not really sold to what you want to do. So they need to be really specific. They need to be measurable. They need to be realistic. realistic, they need to have time limits. If you set to do something within a month, likely you're going to take that 1 month. But if you set to do it within a week, then you're able, your system, or based on the systems you've set for yourself, you'll be able to achieve it within that time limit. But if you don't set a time limit, then you think you have all the time. And we know that really time waits for no man. So you really need to set smart financial goals. And when you set those smart financial goals, identify, as you set the goals, have in mind what is the avenue that you're going to use to achieve these goals. Do you need help? Do you need some more education on available options that are there for you to achieve these smart financial goals that you set for yourself, that you've set for your household or your family? And after you set the goals, then go on to implementation. And as you implement, you really need to also have a system where you review and revise that financial plan on a regular basis. Do you need to do it monthly? Do you need to set a calendar also maybe for yourself, just to check how are we doing on this financial plan that we started? And also just to have a system that keeps us in check so that we don't fall off from our financial plan. Do we need to also improve it? Have you learned something along the way in the last 1 month, in the last 1 year, that you need to implement in your financial plan and make it better? Because there is always a starting point which can always be improved as we go on along the financial journey. So some of the principles that you really need to follow or to adhere to, just to be able to to say that you have an effective or an efficient financial plan for yourself, for your family. One is budgeting. This is a word we've heard from way back in school, but implementation is usually the problem with human beings. So what are some of the things you need to check? First of all is draw a realistic budget. And how you'll be able to draw a realistic budget, you really need maybe to check back on your expenses. It's an exercise that probably you'd find is tedious, but by doing that exercise, it brings a lot of insights on where your money goes. You're able to see this money goes to this item. Does it really have to go there? Do I really need to put more on another item or another investment? What do I really need to do? So drawing that budget, going back to your expenses and how you spend that money. Also, by drawing also the budget and reviewing how you've been spending your money, you're also able to know, am I living above my means? Am I eating more than I can chew when it comes to my finances, when it comes to family finances as a family? Are we committing ourselves to more than we can handle? So it helps you know, are you living above your means or below your means? And once you've identified that, you've identified if there are leakages, if there are loopholes, what you need to seal, then you're able now to have a roadmap to track your budget. That is one of the principles. You really need to stick to a budget. You need to maintain probably an Excel sheet that, or maybe download an app. There are so many apps that are available right now to track it. Just make sure you have a system that tracks on your budgeting. Another principle is that when income checks in, have systems that pay you first. Do you need to have your pension paid? If you've decided to add additional voluntary contribution to your pension, is there a system in place that's there so that it's not yourself reminding? There's a system that just does it automatically. Are you in a circle? Are you growing your deposits? Do you depend on your circle to give you maybe income maybe once a year? Or are you growing it maybe to be able to access an affordable loan at some point, depending on what your financial goals are? So embrace long-term and short-term goals and stick to them. Keep reviewing them so that you're able to know how we're doing on this financial journey. One thing that COVID-19 taught us when it checked in 2 years ago was emergency funds, the importance of an emergency fund. I think before that, probably those were terms that you would read in books, in newspapers, listen from investment experts. But now I know more population, more that are maybe salaried or that have income from whatever point that it comes, knows that there's an importance of having an emergency fund. Grow it and have a system in place, because without system, you might forget this month, remember the next month. Will you be able to catch up? So have a system and also have a target that by having, when you done the system, the review of your expenses, you will know how much do I need to have as an emergency fund just in case they are eventually. Also take insurance, appropriate insurance. Insurance, but it's more of also understanding and embracing the benefits. But seek insurance, it's domestic insurance, if it's life insurance, if it's education insurance. Again, it's not an investment. It's supposed to come in when those eventualities check in at some point in life. So make sure you're paying yourself first to meet all those needs. You're doing investments, you're establishing an emergency fund, you're paying for your insurers, for your insurance cover. Just make sure you're also up to date on those. Another principle that you need to look at is understand interest rates. When you check the newspaper and you see there's an offer of money market funds, they are giving this level of interest rates. Do you understand that interest rate? Is it a daily rate? Is it an annual rate? You really need to understand. When you see the interest rate and they say that it's 15%, it's 15% for what period? For an example is also Fuliza. Fuliza uses a daily rate of about 1%. So if you multiply that by an annum, that's about 365%. So seek to understand these terms, both as you make your investments and as you take loans. Understand these terms and just don't look at the amount that will be for loans. Don't look at the amount that maybe will be deducted. Also understand what does this interest rate entail? What does it mean to my finances? Can I get a better deal, maybe with a different institution? Our fourth principle is debt management. Debt, we all need debt at some point in our lives, because sometimes the incomes that come in are not maybe able to meet the goals that we have set aside. So how do we manage this debt properly so that it works for us? Debt needs to work for us. It doesn't need to be a burden like the way this man in this picture is trying to untangle himself from debt. It needs to work for us and work for us towards our financial goals. So what are the things you need to do? Identify all your debts, small to big, and plan how to pay your small debts first so that you can free up more cash, maybe to reduce the other big loans that you'll be having if you have a mortgage, if you're paying for a car loan. Just to be up to date on your level of debts, and also strive to pay the small ones first. And as you go along, you'll have more available disposable income to pay the bigger debts that you could be having. Also differentiate good debt, good and bad debt. Good debt should at least take you to the next step that you wanted to be in your financial journey. If it's income generating, if it's acquiring an asset, whatever it is that you need to do to have good debt, just make sure that the debt is towards it's for the good of your financial journey. Another thing is do proper due diligence when you come to guarantee maybe colleagues or friends when they take loans. Do your due diligence. Just make sure you're comfortable with whatever you're guaranteeing. Is the amount of loan big? Are you sure the person you're guaranteeing the loan will be up to date when it comes to payments? And also make a choice. You also have in your own way, you have a way of saying, no, this one I cannot afford. So do your due diligence and let it work for you, so that in the end, you don't have eventualities that you have to offset that were not part of your financial journey when you started it. Another thing with debt management is make periodic payments to reduce your principal amounts. Most times when we take loans, we just look at the monthly deduction. But do we understand how the monthly deduction is calculated by the bank? When they deduct an amount of 20,000, part of it goes to pay down the principal amount of the debt, part of it goes to pay down the interest. And depending on the size of the loan at that time of the month, what is remaining at that time of the month, That will determine the amount of interest that will be charged from that 20,000 that you're making as a monthly is your monthly repayment. So how do you make it work for you? If you have some level of an extra 5,000, an extra disposable income that you can be able to reduce your principal amount, so that come next month, the level of interest that you're paying back from your monthly repayments is reduced, and you're paying more of your principal repayments. So as you take your debt, as you take up a loan, or as you take debt in your financial journey for your financial goals, if there's disposable income that can be used to reduce the principal amounts of your debt, work towards it. And in the end, you might take a shorter time. You don't have to take the 5 years or 4 years that the bank says you have to pay for the loan. It could help it pay the loan for a shorter time. The next principle that we look is at investment growth. And here we are saying grow your investment basket. And your investment basket has to have at least assets that are giving you capital preservation. You're not losing your principal amount. It also needs to give you capital growth and accumulation. Are you in for making a capital gain when you're investing in this asset? If it's for income generation also, because you also want an asset that will give you some level of income to meet a certain goal. So as you grow your basket, make sure it has at least these 3 items in your basket, so that, and it also brings a lot of diversification, because at times if you invested, for example, in an asset that's subject to market movements like equities go up and they go down. But when you have a constant income generation, it will cover for you for your total portfolio. It should at least as much cover for you for when markets go down and your valuations are showing an unrealized loss. And even as you grow your basket, know when to exit assets. If the price has really increased and you've made quite a good profit margin, then probably it's time to exit that asset and wait maybe next for the markets to come down and get in again. So know also when to exit, so that you are not in there when markets are up and down and you've not taken advantage of profitability that you could have made from those assets. Another aspect of investment growth is grow your active and your passive incomes. Your active incomes is where your presence is required, or your active involvement is required, like employment, running a business, a property, or a farm. So when depending on what you put your time to, your active income should be growing. Your passive income also should be growing also. Let it be that there's somebody else who is taking care of your passive income growth. If it's an investment manager, if it's an investment advisor, they are the ones checking that to make sure that there's growth also from your assets that you deem to bring passive income. Another aspect that we probably maybe rarely check on ourselves, and we should make it a habit of regularly checking on ourselves, is net worth growth. What do you call an asset? An asset should be something that gives you income or capital gains. You also have liabilities. These are things that demand you to make a payment because you have either taken debt or if somebody has lent you money. So what is your net worth, which is the value of your assets less the value of your liabilities? Keep tracking it. And by just having a knowledge of this is my net worth, it gives you an insight of what should I do to make it better? What should I do to improve this situation? So make a regular habit, if it's annual, if it's quarterly, just to check how are we doing in terms of my net worth as a person, as a household. Keep checking. I think this is the last principle, is grow your knowledge every day. And I'll quote that's below there on my screen that say by Charlie Munger, which says, spend each day trying to be a little wiser than you were when you woke up. So how do you grow your knowledge? First of all, engage professionals. Yes, we are saying make investments, but you're not, investments probably is not your everyday, it's not what you handle every day. So If you're going to go and invest in shares, if you're going to go invest in a property, if you're going to go and invest in somebody else's business, engage a professional just to understand. They'll give you insights, they'll give you guidance, so that as you make the decision, you're fully aware of what you're getting yourself into. Another thing is consistently seek knowledge. Do you understand the terms of time value of money? Do you understand what is inflation? We've covered inflation in a previous slide. Do you understand the power of compounding interest? What can you do with this knowledge for your financial journey? How do I benefit? By making sure that even the money that is in my bank doesn't just have to lie around in the bank, because when it is just staying in the bank, it's not earning anything. In fact, the bank is using it to earn interest on it. So what do I do? That is their journey. That's their core business. They'll earn interest on the money that they have, your money that you have, that they have in your bank, in their banks. But you as an individual, you as a household, how are you earning from compound interest? Another thing is read on various topics just to expand your library. Just because probably you do accounting or whatever it is that you do for your day-to-day, what you show up to do maybe for the better part of your day, doesn't mean you have to stick to just doing those things. Expand your library. If it means reading books, if it means listening to podcasts, keep learning every day. Because with learning something every day, it gives you insights into things probably you don't know, you're not aware of. We've now come from, we are at the tail end of an election. Have you read the manifestos? Do you know what the elect government, what do they want to do? What policies will it be that you could also probably venture into and benefit from? So keep reading, keep getting information just to grow yourself, because opportunities come to the people who are ready. If you're not ready, and at the time the opportunity comes, when you're trying to try to get some information, trying to learn something, then the person who is ahead of you is the person who has been getting needs and bits of pieces of information here and there. If it means listening to forums on our media, on social media, just whatever it is that you need to learn on a topic, on a different topic, other than what you do in your every day to day, it really helps, and it really grows. It really helps in your growth for your financial journey. So I'll cover a bit of investments and what is it that you can do as an individual. Sometimes we hear bonds, we hear bills, but since it's not your day-to-day, then probably you need more information on it. You need to read more. But I can quickly recap on some of them. So on the first column, we're talking about fixed income assets or fixed income investments. What is that? By fixed income, what it entirely means is that I'm lending my money to somebody. And because I'm lending the money to somebody, then I better get the most competitive interest rate that I can get. When you invest in a treasury bond or in a treasury bill, you're lending to your government that money. And depending on where interest rates are, is it competitive? So you really need also maybe to keep track. Do you sometimes check even the central bank website just to see what is it that they offer? They always have treasury bills every week on Thursdays. You need to put in your bid if you have a CDS account. Do you need to open your own CDS account? Those are some of the things that you probably need to look at so that you can earn some interest. Corporate bonds is lending money to corporates or to companies. They are not common currently. They were common a few years ago in our financial markets. Bank deposits. Are you able to negotiate with your bank to give you a good interest rate for the money that is in your account? Or do you need to put it probably in a better instrument like a money market fund? Is the amount also in the bank account a financial muscle that can help you negotiate for a good rate? So those are some of the things you need to check. Commercial paper is lending to corporates, but for a short period, maybe up to until 1 year. The second column is on equities. And what is equities? Equities is having a share in a company. That company can be listed. If it is listed, then you are investing in a quoted security. If it is not listed, and by listed I mean it is listed at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Other countries also have their securities exchange. So if it's listed, like for example, Safaricom, KCB, that's a security. Is that something you want to put as a goal? You want to be a shareholder, or you're already a shareholder? And when you're a shareholder already, do you know when to exit? Do you know when to come in? Do you keep track of price movements, or you invested and you just keep waiting for the dividends? You can also earn from capital gains. And with that, that's when you need an investment advisor, probably somebody you need to bounce off and your idea and ask them what's happening in the financial markets, what's happening in the equities, what should we be doing? Does it need a constant review? Yes, it needs. If you're invested in a company that's not listed at the Securities Exchange, that's an unquoted security. It could be offshore. Offshore means beyond our borders. It could be in another country, or most definitions were raised beyond East Africa. Our last sector of assets is alternative assets. Property. We all know about property. You've invested in a plot. You have a timeline when you are looking to maybe cash out, or were you looking to put up a structure there? Was it for your home? Was it for a business? Was it for rental? It's not just putting in the money in that asset and just letting it. It needs a constant review. Other alternative assets is REITs, which is a listed property on the stock exchange. Sometimes they're not listed, but you have one listed one. It could be private equity. Those are a bit complex. They usually sold to institutional investors, but for retailers, it's mostly property. When it comes to alternative assets, it's mostly property or REITs, or even sometimes derivatives, if you're able to understand these products and how they work. So there's so much you can learn in terms of what are the assets or what are the investments that I can put my money in and grow my financial basket. I'll cover on collective investment schemes, or what is commonly known as unit trust funds. And the unit trust gives retailers an opportunity to invest in as a pool, so that the fund manager who is investing for that fund is able to negotiate for better interest rates, for better prices, if it is equities. And what are the types of mutual funds or collective investment schemes that we have? We have a money market fund. I think that's a term probably that's becoming more common or in the populace. What is a money market fund? A money market fund is a fund where you invest your money, where your capital is preserved, and you earn interest every month. That's reinvested at the next month. So that's the benefit of a money market fund. You earn interest at the end of the month, and come the next month, your interest is also earning more interest. So it's suitable for short-term goals. If you're saving for, say, school fees, or you're saving to place a deposit maybe for a mortgage or to buy something, and you don't want to keep that money in the bank. You said when you keep that money in the bank, then inflation will eat into that money, or earn some interest so that it beats the inflation that is there. So your principal is guaranteed. You also earn interest. The interest is usually depends on the fund manager. There are so many products in the market. We provide one as Icl. And the next fund is equity fund. This one offers exposure to equities investments. Probably you're not able to keep track or to keep up with what's happening at the stock exchange, at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. But an equity fund gives you the opportunity to invest in a pool of those equities. Of course, you may not know what the equities are, but they are invested in equities that are listed at the Securities Exchange. What's the benefit of this? You'll earn income in terms of dividends that is paid, because as the fund is an investor, they also pay dividends, as a retailer would also be paid dividends. So you benefit from a pool of shares that are invested and the dividends that comes from it. You also benefit from, if the fund manager is able to make capital gains or take profits. By taking profits is the price has moved by 10 shillings up. Does he the fund manager cashes in on that 10 shillings and waits for the markets to come down? So you're able to benefit from that as an investor. Again, that's passive income because you're not doing it yourself. Somebody else is doing it for you. The third kind of fund for it, for an individual will be a growth fund. This one combines equities and fixed income securities. And it's more for long-term goals. You earn capital gains, you earn dividends, you also earn income from bonds that could have invested in the fund. And the last type of fund is a fund that purely invests in treasury bonds or corporate bonds. What you benefit from is that you're able to earn from a pool of various bonds that are in issue or that are currently running, and which probably you might not be able to keep up if that's not what you do your day to day. You're not able to keep up with what's happening in the financial markets when it comes to fixed income. So I'll end the first session of financial planning and investments with two quotes, which says successful investing is about managing your risk and not avoiding it. That's by Benjamin Graham. And also, as you make your investments, we take a quote from Warren Buffett, who says, "Be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful." This quote comes in handful when you have an investment advisor who would tell, is it time to cash in on profits that we have? Is it time to buy more stock than that we have because prices have become cheaper? So I'll move on to the next one, which is retirement planning. And what do we say is retirement? Retirement is a period in someone's life after they have stopped working, probably because they've reached a certain particular age. But also, I'd also like to add it. Also, you can define your own retirement age as a person. You remember, as you make your financial plan, it all really boils down to your life. What is the plan for your life? What are your goals? What is your vision as a person? So it could also be defined by yourself. What age would you like to retire? And why do we, as we look at retirement, we remember as people or as human beings, we were created for meaningful work. And one of life's great pressure is when we have done a job well, we are really satisfied. That's by John Maxwell. So after retirement, does it mean that when you stop working, you do not desire this level of satisfaction? You still desire it. So it really needs to go to before retirement. What is it that gives me satisfaction? The work that I do, whatever that I do, what I wake up every morning to rise up to, and what I review at the end of the day as having achieved. And even beyond retirement, you'll still, given that it's probably a habit that you have formed, even after retirement, you'll still need that kind of satisfaction. So it's good to plan it out before retirement and after retirement. So what are some of the facts on retirement that we have? First of all, is quite a large population of Kenya do not have a pension plan in place. You have a pension plan by virtue of the scheme that is in place from your employer. And when people retire, are they able to replace the level of income that they were earning before retirement and what they earn as pension or as from annuity if they bought annuities? And survey shows it's about 34%. So that means if, for example, if your take home was about 100,000 by the time you're hitting age 60, on average, it's saying after retirement, you're able just to replace until about 34,000 per month. What does that mean for your lifestyle? It means some of the things might need to be dropped. So that's why it is important to have a well-guarded and a properly planned retirement pension plan for your place, for yourself. Another fact is that on average, when we have pensioners paid a lump sum amount, it takes them about 3 years, thereabout, on average, and it's depleted. So what if you've outlived beyond 63, or if you retired at 55, you are now at 59, yet you worked for probably 30 years, then what it tells us is that we really need to have a proper plan for our after working years or retirement, when our retirement comes in. So what is the importance of a retirement plan or having a retirement plan in place while you work or during your energetic years? It's able to replace your income. But here I would also like to add, it needs to be prudently done so that you don't have to shift your lifestyle when it comes to that time of retirement, and what's coming in is a fraction of probably whatever you are able to earn just before you retire. In yesteryears, we used to have our parents back home. For those who are parents in the countryside, we would still be taking care of them. But times have changed. Most of those parents that are now retiring now, some of them are still in towns, and the children sometimes have not left home, so they are not able to take care of these parents. So that's why it emphasizes it needs to be your personal journey. Make a point of looking at it and seeing how best it can come. What is your best version of your retirement? How would you want it done? It will help you maintain your retirement standard of living. Also, having a pension plan or a pension in place for your retirement, you are also able to benefit from compound interest. Remember, when contributions are made for your retirement, then there's an investment manager. There's an investment manager who is daily looking at the funds collectively to make sure that there is a return. So you're able to earn your interest at the end of the year. That interest earns interest on the next year and the years until you retire. Also, there are benefits that have come in. There are regulations that are there for mortgages and post-retirement medical benefits that if they are set up in the scheme, then you're able to benefit when there's a pension plan in place. And you also benefit their tax privileges while you work. You have a registered amount. If your monthly contribution is less than 20,000, then that saves you some tax in terms of your pay at the end of every month when you work. So how do you need to prepare? I've grouped it into 4. One, we need to prepare financially. And by financially, what will you be looking at? We're looking at having multiple income streams. So that if our income replacement from the pension that you get is not 100%, then there's another stream that's coming to fill up. They are up to the 100% if possible, or even higher than the 100% you're getting, and 100% here you're comparing to the level of income you're getting before you retired. You have savings. Make sure you have savings because this life happens, and you need to have even emergency funds. Emergency funds are not there just when it's before retirement. Things happen in life, and you need to have that in place. In short, whatever you are doing financially on your financial journey just before retirement still continues even into retirement. And also, just have a proper income replacement ratio. That's just a repetition of what I've said. Is make sure if it's not sufficiently funded to where whatever you're getting from the pension, then there's something else coming in from your multiple income streams. You also need to prepare psychologically. When that time comes, if you have your own personal retirement age, for example, say I want to retire at 50. You just say you want to retire at 50 and not plan for it. You need to plan for it. If you've decided it's 50, if you've decided it's 55 or 60, prepare for it, plan for it psychologically, because if your psychological state will not be at 100%, then it will be disaster when it comes. So you need to plan for it mentally so that you avoid shocks that come. Also, as you prepare for retirement, have something else that you do in terms of hobbies or activities. It could be income generating or not, but something else that gives you satisfaction beyond what you do on your day-to-day at work. Those things come handy when you don't have now to wake up and show up at an employer's office, probably if you are employed. They come in handy because they keep you going day in, day out. Prepare socially, engage with your family, engage with your community around while you work, make good relationships with them, make good networks. Even before you retire, they come in handy during those years. Also adopt a healthy lifestyle. There's so much information on the web, on the newspapers. What is it that works for you? Adopt it even before you retire. And don't adopt it when it's 1 year or 2 years to retire. Adopt it even now. If you're 30, if you're 35, adopt it now so that it's a habit, it's a system in you. And it will come in handy because if you have a healthy lifestyle in your younger years, then it really benefits you or you reap from it in your old years. Have a physical plan. Know where you are retiring to. If you want to retire in the countryside, if you want to relocate to a different country, probably that has always been your dream. Whatever it is, don't leave it to be opaque. You'll make a decision when that time comes. Plan for it now. If it's 20 years, if it's 25 years, just plan now. Now, if you didn't do it yesterday, today's the best day to do it. So have a plan. Have a plan financially. Have a plan psychologically. Have a social plan. Just know how socially. Just know how will you build more relationships or friendship or networks as you work. Because a benefit of work is that you get to meet other people. You get to see how other people live. So make it beneficial for you in your working years and also in your retirement years. So what are some of the options that we have in retirement? We have a recently one, the post-retirement medical fund. This is where it provides a medical cover for you after retirement. And this needs to be put in place in the scheme. Schemes that are coming up with their deeds of engaging or how they're going to run their post-retirement medical funds. They are being set up now. If the scheme doesn't have one, it's time to set it up now because it will come in handy. When those years come, when you're a bit weaker, then you're also vulnerable to a few health challenges here and there. So that cover that you've been benefiting from when you are energetic, you still need it when you're in retirement. So that's one of the aspects or one of the options that you have for retirement. When you retire, you can either buy an annuity from the benefits that you've been paid. Joseph will cover it after I'm done. I'll cover on income drawdown. This is where it allows you to receive a fixed income amount of money on a regular basis from your pension benefits. So let's see what an income drawdown is. An income drawdown is an arrangement in which a member opts to access his retirement benefits as a regular income. It somehow mirrors the annuity fund, but the basis of the income that you're going to receive also is dependent on your level of benefits. It's an alternative to an annuity, and as it has at least the benefits that the product that you buy, you have to be in that product for at least 10 years. Let's see some of the features that are there. So who is eligible to buy an income drawdown fund? Somebody is above 50 years. And with what will they buy it? That product that is offered, and it's usually offered by insurance companies. If it's a pension or provident fund benefits, then that can be used to buy an income drawdown. What's your minimum period? You need to be in the product or in the fund for at least 10 years. After 10 years, then you can make a decision whether you want to buy an annuity or you want to withdraw the balance that is there. But how much you're paid per annum is capped at 15% of the balance that is running of your total benefits that are there. It's regulated by Retirement Benefits Authority, and most insurance companies have set up products for this for the income drawdown fund. So who are the stakeholders for an income drawdown fund? We have the regulator, we have the legal owner, similar to a scheme. There are trustees who look into the income drawdown. The assets that are bought by the fund manager. Remember this fund, the fund manager will collect or collate a number of individuals' benefits to form a fund. So when he gets the funds, he buys assets. These assets are held by the custodian. And he buys the assets and also manages the fund to achieve a return that can be distributed to the members who have invested in that fund. We've said who can access it. It's anybody who's above 50 years. No minimum startup amount. The frequency of withdrawal could be monthly, quarterly, or annually. Again, at the time when you now come to buy it, then there'll be guidance from the financial service provider who you'll have gone to. They can guide what is optimal for you, depending on your amount and your needs also. It needs to remain in the fund for 10 years, that we have said. It's withdrawn and it's subject to taxation at that point of the payment. We've also said what can be paid per annum. So this really is determinant on what was the benefits that you paid. It's capped at 15% per annum of the balance that you have. In the event of death, say you're in year 6 or year 5, you've been receiving this income from the insurance company, and there's an unfortunate event of death. What happens? Your beneficiaries can be paid the balance. They could also opt to remain still within the fund and receive a regular income, or the balance could be used to purchase an annuity. So you can purchase an annuity in the event of death, or if the 10 years lapse and now you're looking for another option and you have a balance remaining, then you can be able to purchase an annuity at that point. So what are the pros and cons of an income drawdown fund? You have a manager who is actively managing the funds that are invested. So there's an opportunity to grow the fund, to grow your pension benefits that you initially brought for them. So you earn from investment returns that the fund manager is able to make. It's flexible. You can decide either to receive the payments monthly, quarterly, annually. Again, the financial advisor will be able to advise. The tax advantages, because at the point where you transfer your benefits that you have been paid today and you want to purchase an income drawdown, then no taxes applied at that point. In terms of cons, is that you might outlive your money, probably depending on the balance that you had. It might not get you to the 10 years, and you're able to live maybe up to the 10th year. There's investment risk also. Remember, the fund manager is actively managing, and financial markets perform differently in different years. So there's that risk. The fund is subject to financial markets risk. It's not really suitable for small amounts. For small amounts, to be better, they are paid off as a lump sum, again, depending on what the administrators recommend on a case basis. So what is your action plan? Now that you've talked about financial planning in your active years and into your retirement and retirement planning. Do you want to retire at 60? 60 is the age that we look, or do you want to retire earlier? And also work not to want to maybe extend beyond the 60 years. Again, it should really be a personal decision of what value am I bringing to the table. For what I show up every morning to my employer, what value am I bringing to the table? Do I think I have probably potential to do something else better? Is it time that maybe I look at something else that could trigger probably an early retirement? And that's where your life planning comes in. When you're doing a financial plan, of course, it really covers also your life plan, or what is it that are your life goals. So be clear on when you want to retire. Don't just let it be that it's the state recommended age of 60. Be clear. Do you want the 60? And if you want the 60, if it's up to 60, what do you want to have achieved between now and that retirement age? What's your potential? Make the best of the potential that you have. Also, you can grow your retirement plan. You've seen the greatest risk is that once you retire, you're not able to, your income replacement ratio is at less than 100%. And by this, I mean you're not able to earn what you were earning before retirement. What else could you do? There's additional voluntary contribution, which you can speak to your HR and they could guide how you can make additional contributions just to grow your retirement basket. Also, make sure you're committed. I know sometimes it's usually by check off. Just be committed to paying your monthly retirement contribution. Be committed to making your monthly investments depending on the goals that you set for yourself in terms of your financial journey. And at the end of it, recapitulate by saying plan your life before and after retirement. Because where you fail to plan, you will definitely, it's a plan to failure. You may not be really proud of what has you've achieved probably at the time of retirement or even after thereafter. So plan your life. And to plan your life really, I would also like to add is also set systems that work for you, that help you achieve probably habits that can be able to achieve all those goals that you have. So what do we do now? Be clear on your goals, be clear on your journey financially, on your journey, on your visions, be clear on all those so that you're able to, every step that you take is an intentional step towards your goals. Thank you. That marks the end of my presentation. I don't know whether I'll take questions at this point or after Joseph.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rachel. Oh, go ahead, Prof.
Yeah, now we'll have a section of questions and answers from the center. But allow me to say this has been a very stimulating presentation. I've actually been struggling with it. There's another presentation. Let's take questions. The next, what is the next presentation?
Joseph.
Yeah, there you are. Tell us whether we have confirm the next presentation and if you would prefer question and answers now or later.
Okay. You can hear me?
Yes.
Fine. I think Rachel has more or less touched a bit of what I had also prepared in terms of the income drawdown. And then there is also annuity part of it. I know based on the structure of the scheme, when members retire, they have that option of buying annuity. Therefore, I had also prepared something on annuity, just like 5 minutes probably, just to give a highlight. Otherwise, my colleague Rachel had really taken us through this presentation in a nice way. So just allow me maybe give a highlight by way of sharing. If I'm able to share what I have here.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Okay, now I'll not go through all the slides because part of the slides is on income drawdown. So I just touch on annuities. And annuities, I'll talk about what an annuity is. So annuity is just basically a pension or a retirement income. For example, when you hit the minimum retirement age of 50 years, or the normal retirement age for the scheme, or late retirement age at whatever period, you have the option of being paid a third, and then the two-thirds of your pension is used to buy annuity. So that annuity will give you retirement income on monthly basis. So in other words, we call it a pension or just a retirement income. Now, this annuity can be either flat or escalating. What we mean by this is when we do annuity quotations, for example, you're retiring at 50 and when we calculate your third and maybe it's say 2 million, and say maybe every month you'll be getting say 25,000. So if this 25,000 remains the same throughout your life, then it's flat. It's called flat annuity. But if it increases at some percentage, and the common percentages that we normally use is either 3% or 5%. Others also give 7%. It means every year your monthly pension or retirement income will be increasing by that percentage every year annually. If it's 3%, then it means if this month, this year, you're getting 25,000, the following year it goes up by 3% or 5%, depending on the escalation rate you've selected. So that is what we mean by flat or escalating. So this annuity can also be immediate or deferred. What we mean by immediate is when you retire right now, you give us we do the quotation and you select the best provider of your choice, depending on who is competitive. Then you start receiving your monthly pension immediately. That is called immediate annuity. There's option where, yes, in as much as you transferred your money to annuity provider, say an insurance company of your choice, but you say, I don't want to start receiving my monthly pension or monthly income right away. I want to defer it for say another 5 years, so that after 5 years is when you'll start getting your monthly income for the rest of your life. So that's called deferred annuity. So, and remember, it's paid on regular intervals, and it can be monthly. There are those people who select, say, quarterly. There are other who say, I want to be paid after every 6 months, so what we call half yearly. So, but it comes at regular intervals. So, again, once we start paying you your annuity upon retirement, at some set intervals, we normally, or the provider paying you annuity normally ask for confirmation of existence. Maybe it can be after like 1 year. Normally they send letters to annuitants or members being paid. They sign to confirm that they still, existing. Remember, annuity is a lifetime contract. So the moment you pass on, it stops. But again, there are other aspects that we call guarantee, which I'll just explain ahead. So that if your annuity has not, if the guaranteed period has not lapsed, if you selected, say, 10 years guarantee, it means whatever happens between, from the first time we started paying you up to the 10th year, whether you are there or you're gone, you still have to get annuity. So if you're not there, then it goes to your nominated beneficiaries. That's why they have to keep sending letters to confirm existence to members. So, of course, this is just like a pattern of the cycle of annuity. We have the annuitant, who is the member purchasing annuity. Then this member transfers the money to annuity or to, life office, that is an insurer paying annuity. Then insurance agrees to pay this member on monthly basis a certain amount of money depending on the number of parameters, which I'll explain just ahead. So there are different types of annuities. We have what we call guaranteed annuities. These are ones that we have they have at least some minimum guarantee period. We have 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and 20 years. Those are the maximum guarantee period that we have that members can select or choose from. And then we have those that do not have any guarantee. In other words, if you transfer, say, you 3 million, and you say, I want to be paid annuity, that does not have a guarantee. And
Sasa wanapata ya wapi?
Sorry for that. I think there's somebody who had not muted his mic. And therefore, if you say, for example, you pick annuity that is not guaranteed and it's not a common selection for many people, then it means whatever period that you happen to pass on, then it stops at that point. It's not really a very common type of annuity. So the most common annuities that we have are guaranteed annuities and unguaranteed annuities. I just want to narrow down to only two for now, because those are the most common ones. What we call a single life. So when you retire as a member of the scheme, then you buy annuity as a single person or one person. That is called single life. You are buying it alone. But when you join your spouse, say you retire now and you say you want joint life, it means you're buying it jointly with your spouse. So there are two lives covered here. That is called joint life. So those are the two common types of annuity that I want just to highlight for now. Otherwise, there are quite a number that I'll share this right up. You go through it. But in the interest of time, I just wanted to mention those two because those are the most common types of annuities that members buy when they retire. Guaranteed annuities. Why do we call it guaranteed? One is because payments are assured for at least a minimum period of time. I said it could be 5 years, 10 years, 15, or 20 years. So regardless of when annuitant dies, at least payment have to continue to the nominated beneficiary. Assuming I buy a 10-year guaranteed annuity and I die during the 3rd year of payment, means I have 7 years for my nominated beneficiaries to continue receiving the same amount of money that I used to receive. If it's 15 years, then it is guaranteed it's up to 15 years. But then it means after the expiry or after the end of the guaranteed term period, but the person receiving the money, the annuitant himself or herself is still alive, he or she will continue getting the same amount promised at the beginning until such a time now when he or she will die. That's when it will stop. Because now the guaranteed period will have lapsed. I hope we are clear there, members. So that's why it's called guaranteed annuity. So just allow me go straight to, for example, to requirements. Now, having understood that now upon retirement, and based on the scheme rules, we buy annuity unless, as my colleague Rachel had mentioned, your amount is very small. So that when we do annuity quotation, it's either 10,820 or below. That's what we call trivial pension. So if your monthly income falls below trivial amount, then at that point, you will not require to buy annuity. We will pay you a lump sum. But the moment your monthly income is above the trivial pension, then you have to buy annuity. So when you reach a point of buying annuity, what are some of the quotation requirements that we need for us to process or to get you annuity quotation? We need your age, the person buying, or age of the member. This age determines the amount of money, one, that the member would get. When you are young, say, there are two, I want to be honest, maybe there are two people. One is 50 years, same gender, same amount of benefit that you're retiring with or you've accumulated, but different age. One who is, say, 50 years will receive low monthly or retirement, low retirement income or monthly pension than somebody who is, say,
Excuse me?
Yes.
How about it here in Meru? So you would have to repeat this the last bit there.
Sorry, I have to repeat.
Just repeat a little bit about this last bit.
I repeat the requirement. Just a minute, then no
Yeah,
problem.
we are the farmer and the lost you.
Okay, no problem. Now, what I was saying is, when you retire, these are the potential requirements that we'll need members to provide. One is the age. We have to get the age of the annuitant or the age of the member, and this determines the amount of retirement income that will be paying you on a monthly basis. For example, somebody who is 50 years and another one who is, say, 55 years. One who is 50 years gets lower retirement income monthly basis than somebody who is 55 years. So age matters. It could be same accumulated benefits, same gender, but difference in age determines the amount of money that you'll be receiving on a monthly basis. Number two is gender. For gender, this, of course, men get, as all other factors held constant, but difference in gender. A male gets higher, monthly pension than a female. Reason being, is projected as per the mortality, projection that women live longer than men, and therefore the life office paying the annuity will pay them for a longer period than men. Of course, men, I don't know, because of the nature of our work, the kind of risk exposure that we handle on a daily basis. So it's projected lifespan is slightly shorter than ladies, and therefore their monthly pension is slightly higher than ladies. Number two is the annuity start date. As I mentioned, if you want annuity to start immediately and another person who wants to defer and start at a later date, then that will bring variation in the amount of monthly pension that you get. And then the guaranteed period. If your guaranteed period is shorter, for example, same amount, other factors held constant, same age, same gender, same amount, but you selected different guaranteed period, then the person whose guaranteed period is shorter receives more monthly pension than a person whose guaranteed period is longer. Yeah, because the insurance will have higher period to pay this particular person, and then of course the purchase price, that is the accumulated pension that we're using to buy annuity. When your amount is higher than another person, then definitely your monthly pension will also be high. So those are the quotation requirements at the point where now you want to buy annuity, and we get quotation from different insurance companies to then discuss with you, so that at least you can select the most competitive and the most stable. So this is just an illustration, and maybe after this illustration, I'll stop there so that we invite questions from members. This is immediate annuity, and we are using approximately somebody who is 60 years of age, and for example, the purchase price around 3 million. This will be the monthly pension that the person will be getting. Yeah, we have annual pension there, and then the monthly pension. So, and then the categorization in terms of male, female. And you see what I was explaining to you, a man gets higher than a lady for the reason that I've just mentioned. So assuming you've selected, of course, the guarantee is 10 years. So for somebody who has 3 million and you are a man, I'm using the first two columns. That is the one highlighted in green. Yeah, because this is there's another type of annuity that we call annuity with refund of purchase price, where after some time they can refund you some portion of what you had used to purchase annuity. So where it's 0% P.P, that is refund, there's no refund. By the way, the other difference, maybe if we can just mention before I continue, between this annuity and the drawdown that Rachel talked about. For the drawdown, there's some refund. You draw, but after 10 years, you can come back for your money. But for annuity, once you transfer your money to annuity provider and they start paying you, that's it. There's no any refund. But people, due to other developments, they're also coming up with some concept where after some time they can also refund some portion of it. But traditionally, there were no refunds. But at least for the companies like ICA, they have this kind of structure where they can refund a percentage of what you gave them. Let me concentrate on the two columns, the highlighted in green, where there's no refund. Now, for 3 million, then if you're a man on monthly basis, you'll be getting 31,040 shillings for the rest of your life. Yeah. So if you happen to pass on, say during the second year of payment, then we have 8 years to pay your nominated beneficiaries. Then at that point, it stops. But if you, the annuitant, you're still surviving beyond the guaranteed period of 10 years, then the insurance company will continue paying you 31,040 shillings until such a time now when God will call you home. So the same for a lady, but then for a lady, the money will be slightly lower by 1,000 also. So I think the interest of time, that is just what I wanted to highlight. And then, of course, now we open up the session for members to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Uma, Director, on that very insightful presentation. Members will also agree with me that we have seen first-class presentations. This is like the way slides should both Victoria and very wanting. That's all. So ICA Group, we are very proud of you. I think you are very happy, but it paid with your task and very good slides. So we'll now have an interactive session, question and answer. And the topic has been very important, very informative, and I believe we have questions. We want to understand more about these issues. We want to understand how you can buy the annuity, how you can do other things. So let's start the questions. I think we move to Rachel's presentation first and ask any questions. Okay, as Nancy has had, let me try to ask mine. Rachel, are you there? You're hearing?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah, you take the questions. Now, on your presentation about, there was something about paying yourself first. And then I think after that, we talked about having an emergency fund for 6 months. So my question is, if you cannot sustain your budget or expenditure even for a month, how do you have an emergency fund for a whole 6 months? That's number one. Next thing I wanted to understand if you do not have 10 years work, work in can you still purchase a retirement plan? Because I think that from the presentation, it was a 10-year plan, but maybe your company has less years. Can they participate in the plan? Now let's get that other question before we go to over. Dr. Machidi.
Thank you. Can I be happy?
Yes. People online, can you hear the directions? Mauro is our tester. Dr. Mauro?
We can.
Oh, good.
We can hear you, sir. We are following.
Sasa, Dr. Machidi.
Thank you. Two simple questions, perhaps. One, there is a concept that you could use your savings from the pension to buy any of the two parts, either the annuity and actually three: the retirement medical, the annuity, and the income drawdown. Does that apply while you're still serving? That's the first question. Does it apply? For example, I'm not retired yet. I may of course reach the age of retired. So can I be able to use the existing pension saving to buy into any of those? The second question is, when you have, for example, the annuities, where you are going to be drawing some income for a period, the guaranteed period or so, is that payment subject to regular taxation?
Okay. I hope it has gotten them done.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. I just have one question. I have, this is probably my 10th or 11th meeting of class. Because we had very many from here. And each one of them sounds a book of Revelation. Because every single meeting or presentation that you get.
Rachel, are you hearing? I would like you to raise your voice. Rachel, can you hear the conversation?
The current person is breaking. I don't know. I can't hear him well.
Sorry, Rachel.
Yes. Okay, go on, Rachel.
Can you get me clearly now?
I don't know whether you're far from the mic. Are you able to?
Is it okay now? Do I have to shout?
No, at least now we can hear you at that point.
Okay. So
we've lost you completely now.
We can't hear the one who is asking the question, registrar.
Am I audible now? Yes. So I am saying, I hope presenters online. The presenters online, can you hear me?
No.
You're breaking.
You are too low. Who you have?
Or could you type the question on the chat?
I cannot become a politician. This one is loud.
I don't.
Anyway, so I'm saying, for all the presentations that we have done on retirement, all of them paint a very gloomy picture of retirement. Because it is doomsday. If you do not save now, you are done for retirement. Nobody tells you about how to enjoy your life while you are young. So people talk about this retirement thing, and I'm thinking, I do not want to retire. I do not get that age. But it appears all of us eventually retire. But my point is, can we get someone who has actually retired and has enjoyed this money that we are telling people that you're going to enjoy if you save, so that they can come and tell us that I saved for 20 years, and then getting this money, I'm able to live off my savings,
maybe my question now is to the financial plan. In the morning, we got a session where we were talking about the areas in which you can invest in. And I'm glad that Rachel is here as a financial manager. Again, speaking to the young people in the crowd, because I noticed the people who ask questions in the morning are the people who are fifth floor. People who are almost retired are the ones who are asking about financial management. What kind of tools or what kind of investment vehicle can you actually come and talk to the young people in the crowd, young employees, so that you can induce them to invest or to work with their money instead of kuchapa sherehe kila wakati, and then we get to fifth floor, we realize all of a sudden I have to wait for my father's land so that I can start planning for return, selling, I can get money for return. So those two things, we are focusing a lot on the older generation and ignoring the younger generation. We are scaring them from retirement.
Okay. I hope Rachel has gotten concerns, but I can deal with one of the concerns very easily. So if you've not seen anybody retired and enjoying the benefits we are talking to one right now, I was permanent and pensionable in the civil service. I retired at the 50th year rule. I am earning my pension monthly, not so much money, but over 50K you can survive this. So I'm earning my pension, and this is not my salary. So these things are real. This is not theory. So we are real. But especially those who are permanent and you will earn your pension. And of course, I've eaten my pasta more than it was more than 4 years. So it's real, it's practical. It's practical. So this is happening. So anyhow, the session was for Ito. Do we have any other questions? Yeah, good.
Okay, thank you. Mine is simple, but let me help them to type. Is there what we call compulsory age for retirement, regardless of in which particular sector you are serving, whether you are making your personal contribution? We talked about the minimum expected. What is the fee?
That's for issues maybe Retro and Oma compulsory age for retirement. I think that goes with the institution, but they will stick to that. Do we have any other question from here? Let's go online. Do we have a question? Online, you unmute, introduce yourself and ask a question, or you can post it on the chat. Online, any question? Count of 3, 2. Let's go to answers. Rachel, can you address some of the concerns?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those questions. They're good questions. I'll start with the first one on an emergency fund, and yet your monthly bills are not being fully met. Probably you need to do an audit, and that's why we were talking about reviewing your expenses. Where is your money going? And if you've already done that and still it's not enough, then as a person, do you have a skill that you can sell beyond your work? it could be a side hustle, you could consider it as a side hustle, but is there any other way you can earn an extra income, an extra 1,000 shillings? Remember the emergency fund, depending on your goal, you can start as small as 1,000 shillings or 500 shillings per month. Grow it. The idea here is to grow the fund and also to get into a habit of growing that fund and having something that you can call as an emergency fund. So if you've already done your audit and it's your audit of your expenses and you can't be able to get something that is totally, you can't get something that you can put in the emergency fund, then review yourself. Do you have a skill that you can sell? Do you have something that you can do that can bring in an extra income? There's so much to learn also from online. So just have a wide mindset that you can earn something small to be able to grow that fund and get into the habit of having that fund in your energetic years and even when you retire. It comes in handy. There was another question. Just a second. I think you asked a question, if you're not working, what about pension? I think you can start a pension plan as an individual. If you go to an insurance company, for example, I'll give an example of ICA. We have what is called a personal retirement scheme, which you can join as an individual, and also make it systematic, such that you're able to make your monthly contributions on your own. It doesn't have an employer or a sponsor somewhere. It's you who is doing it. On investment, sorry?
If you don't want to make monthly, you have maybe a book that you agree with, can you deposit that one into the pension scheme?
Sorry, I didn't get that clearly. Say it again.
Asking,
Yes.
Suppose you don't put the monthly payments to have the money to invest in pension and pay at once. Is that allowed?
Allowed to put in a lump sum?
Yes.
It is allowed, but it varies from service provider to, they'll guide, but it should be allowed. You can be able to put in a lump sum if you're not able to do the monthly, and probably at a certain point is when you usually get a lump sum. But again, each service provider, whatever the service provider you'll have chosen
maybe Rachel, if you allow me, I can come in.
Okay.
Yes, you are free to do even lump sum deposits. What we normally do is, even when you're in a personal pension plan, usually pension in terms of when now they are receiving your money, there's what we call registered and unregistered. Now, for registered are people who, of course, they are not taxed when they are contributing, and especially those people who do on monthly basis. But in this case, I'm trying to assume that maybe you have your own other businesses you are running, and maybe in one way or the other, you may have paid tax. Maybe you're running some shop and you've accumulated some money. In one way or the other, you may have paid tax. So when we receive this money and credit to your personal pension account, it's always good to just confirm so that at least we can credit it under unregistered, so that when you will be withdrawing your money, they will not be taxed. That will amount to double taxation. But just to long and short of it, yes, you are allowed to do even lump sum deposits. Maybe from one provider to another, you will be required to, if it's a huge amount of money, definitely you'll be required to disclose the source. The anti-money laundering rules, those ones always apply. So you'll be required to disclose the source, but you'll be allowed to deposit.
Okay, thank you, Joseph, for that elaboration. There was a question on investment opportunities for the young people. Probably I can share my screen on what we talked about, the unit trusts. Yeah. If I look at this this table here, when I look at, for example, treasury bonds and treasury bills, what do you have to do as a young investor to start investing in treasury bonds and treasury bills? You need to go to the CBK office. I'm not sure that there's one in Meru, but whichever is closest to you, go to a CBK office, fill in application forms to open a CDS account. Then the minimum amount for any bond that you invest is usually 100,000. There's usually 50,000 for some bonds, but I would say 100,000, even for treasury bills, 100,000. That sounds a lot probably for a start, but if you have been accumulating the money probably in a money market fund and saying, I want to invest in a treasury bond. And for a retail investor, it's recommended you go for a tax-free bond, like an infrastructure bond, where your income will not be taxed when it's paid to you every 2 times in a year. Then that's an avenue that you can look at. So for treasury bonds and treasury bills, go to the central bank office. They'll be able to guide you on how to open an account. It usually takes a week after providing your KYC documents and you have an account ready where you can build up your bond portfolio. Remember, you can build up this bond portfolio to be paying you an income even in your retirement. So for example, if you build it up and at the time of retirement, it's about 10 million, for example. If you use the current interest rates that you have, even an interest rate of 10%, that's about $1 billion in a year, which probably can push you through if you have another source of income like your pension that you have been saving when you are working. So it's an avenue also for the young people. So walk into a central bank office, ask them to guide you on a CBK CDS account. For equities, that is the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Walk to a broker that's of your choice, open a CDSC account, and start investing in shares. The most common share probably we know of is currently Safaricom. You had so many other shares. You can invest in the money market fund. The minimum amount is 500 shillings. If you go to another service provider, it could be different. It could be 1,000, could be any amount, but the amounts are small. It's something that the young people can be able to afford. If they are saving towards a goal, they want to achieve this goal, use your money market fund, go to a service provider, you can come to Icl, and you can go to any other insurance funds that's offering the product. Go there, provide your KYC documents, open an account with them, then keep investing so that your money is able to earn you some interest, even as you build some capital probably for some goal in the future. That would summarize probably investment opportunities that are there for the young people. If you understand about equities and you're the kind of person who takes risks, you can also invest in equities or through an equity fund or a growth fund or a bond fund. Those are long-term funds. So the basis is first have a goal. What is it that you want to do? Then there are those opportunities. You can go to central bank, you can go to a broker to open an equities account. You can open a unit trust account. Again, have a diversified portfolio. Diversified means that you have investments here and there, like we showed in that basket. Let your basket have various things that are building your financial basket. I think Joseph can take the other questions on compulsory age of retirement.
Okay, thank you.
There's a question on annuity, yeah.
Okay. On retirement, minimum retirement age is 50 years. That's the minimum. That is considered minimum retirement age. So at that age, of course, taxation of your benefits will be subjected to the at least expanded tax band. Then you get to enjoy those tax that comes with that on that particular age. Then the normal retirement age for the scheme is 60 years. I think again, Maurice, you can correct me here if I get it wrong, but 60 years for the non-academic staff, and then the academic staff I think should be 65 years. Yeah, but early retirement age as per the retirement benefit laws and regulations is 50 years. The other question was on taxation of annuities, I think. Now, on annuity taxations, remember when you're saving, right now as you save, you enjoy tax relief on your contributions up to maximum of 20,000 per month. Now, when you access your benefits, you access a third of your benefit as cash lump sum, and the two-third is used to buy, you purchase annuity. So the a third is taxed at the expanded tax band. You know, those are the last tax band that people enjoy at retirement, beginning from 50 years. Now, but before they tax you, of course, you get 60,000 for every year that you've been saving, maximum 10 years, meaning the first 600,000 is not taxed. So assuming a third of your accumulated benefit is 1 million. So first 600,000 will be set aside, and then 400,000 is what is subjected to the appropriate tax bands. Now, there are two-thirds that you use to buy annuity. When your monthly income is around 25,000 and some hundreds, that is not taxed. But the moment your monthly income or pension goes above around 26,000, then any amount over and above that, I think it's 25, over and above 25 is taxed. Now that translates, when you look at it in terms of figures, anything around 2.5 million and below, when buying annuity using that amount, no tax. Because anything above that, of course, based on the prevailing rates, you know, rates keep changing. When you go to one provider, maybe their rates are higher than another person, but on average, a figure of around 2.5 million, 2.5 to 2.6 million, you will get annuity with the retirement income that will not be taxed. So that is how annuity taxation operates. But if you were to withdraw your entire lump sum, it will be subject, all of it will be subjected to taxation, of course, subject to the 600,000 that you set aside, but the rest is taxed outrightly. And that's one of the advantage of buying annuity when you retire, because of the tax benefit that comes with it. You also, I think, wanted to understand whether there's taxation on mortgage when you buy mortgage. Maybe I didn't get that clearly. If somebody who got it clearly can help me, can remind me. So, sorry?
I believe you are addressing the issues raised from the chat.
Yes, I was addressing the issue of taxation of annuities, and then I think the same member wanted to understand whether when you use your pension to purchase a house based on the new mortgage regulations, I think maybe probably could be on that particular question, whether that money is taxed. Yes. Right now, just to mention for the benefit of members, we are in the process of amending your trust deed rules to give you room or to allow you to use your pension to purchase a house, a residential house for that matter. So once we approve, once your document is reviewed and aligned with that particular regulation, then you can use your money or your pension, that is 40%, not the entire money, 40% of the accumulated benefits to buy a residential house, maximum 7 million. But the money that you use to buy a house, that money is taxed. It's treated as a withdrawal, and any withdrawal from pension scheme is taxed. So just to remind you about that. So I think I've managed to at least respond to the concern of that particular member.
Thank you. Let's give them another round of applause, please. Thank you very much. I think we now end that session there, and thank our presenters so much for answering right, and most appreciated. Please share with us the presentation. And again, I want, having quite some experience on presentation, I want to say this is among the first slide, because presentation is supposed to be very pictorial and with two words. Then is here with us. I sent to our email, you have Morris email. Oma, you have our email, yeah?
Your email address, I'll share all the presentations.
Yeah, you have Morris. Morris will send you.
Yes. Yes, I do. I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll
So
share.
now you can log out. We have a bit of skipping. Back to us, we want to wind up with a general plenary session, winding up and establishing the way forward. Then finally, we'll invite our VC to give the closing remark. And the reverend in the house, we have two reverends. One of them, President, this time, the Reverend Divine. Vice Ken? Okay. Let's go to the general from Molly. Oh, good. Okay. It's also good to take them. Reverend of Wonder, are you still there? Reverend of Wonder, online?
Yes, we are.
Now, I want to know whether the Reverend of Wonder is in so that we can close with us when we come to that time. Now we are moving to a general prayer. Is Reverend Kibangubi? I'm looking for a reference from Nairobi. Sasa, we revert to our original plans and Kibara will break. Now, this session, we want to give general opinion, ideas about the training that we have had for the last 2 days, and then we give suggestions. For example, there was an extremely good suggestion from our council member in the morning that we make a conference that will be talking on ethics in the workplace. And I think that became a very exciting suggestion in my view, that Kem can even take a lead this area, we start preaching ethics at the workplace, they invite the presenters, facilitators, and others, of course, and then we invite the other universities and other states. That would be one of our way forward. Can see how to arrange it. But from here, I want to get a feedback. This is not the feedback. It is also a question on an answer. You remember when we were doing the exercise, the breakout exercise. Some of us were getting surprised. You say there is discrimination in the case, and I'm like, seriously? So those are the things that we want to come out. You feel the discrimination maybe in some of the things we do. You can give us a feedback. You can give us your opinion on this kind of training so that we see how to move forward. You can critique. You can critique means either criticize or support. Positive or negative criticism is still accepted. Personally, I don't mind people criticizing me. It makes me better. Hata kusema mambo mbaya kwangu nachukua ile iko muhimu ya kusaidia ile ingine kusikia pale ya demo. So let's get people opening up. Msiogope visi. Kama kuna discrimination, I would like to know where. Because I think we try to do a very good HR practice in this university so that we don't seem to be discriminating. So peleka maiki tusikie maoni ya wanaketi.
So the cycle starts.
Yes, please.
Yeah, again, thank you very much for having this 2-day training session for staff, which I believe has really helped and each and all of us. Mine go to the core values. I'm sure you heard this from yesterday's different presentation as well as morning presentation, we don't have core values that each one of us can really remember. So I want to pose it a challenge to maybe the STARS office. We need to
just hold to that. Ila kuna post hapo ya core values, hebu itoe kuja ndani. Yeah, hapo tu kwa kona hapo.
Yeah, it's good that as it's bringing that, we were on the CAM website, which showed us, and I think it was also displayed on the screens, that we have core values that are in 3 categories. So it's important that we are able to come up with something that, like 4, 5, that we can be able to remember, inculcating stuff in everything that we do. And I'll tie this to something that Dr. Lucy, I don't know whether, are you here or online? Okay, yeah, and Dr. Mushiri and Flora and that, we had a benchmarking visit to Aga Khan University. They had 4 values.
Can we all see it? Or do I have to take it? Actually, every member of the organization is supposed to memorize their core values and analyze them and practice them.
Yeah, which is a good thing. So we have 7, which I think this really needs to be brought down to each member of staff in Kemu, that we internalize this and let it be part of our culture in everything that we do.
All these 3, they should remember, you kept on saying our brand is our mission and vision and the core values. That's why we have this chart, and we made enough all around our buildings, all strategic areas. So please internalize them. If we meet with anybody on the road and they ask you your vision, it will be a very big shame to say our vision will come. That will be a very big shame. These are normally memorized by everybody in an organization, so that even at 3 a.m. if you are okay, that's what is your mission or vision, you can recite it. But now they don't proceed with.
Yes, so I just wanted us to internalize this, then maybe make an edit on the website so that we're all very clear that both staff and students have to adhere to core values. And even what does it mean to us as we work in Kemu day-to-day basis? So that is one. Second, I think it's very clear that many of us, and I'll talk both as an administrator as well as a faculty member, we as faculty members, I don't know how many of us know how many policies affecting academics, are we aware of? So I know this was raised in the Dean's Committee that the DBC herself will also have a meeting just for academic staff, but it's also very important for us to know which are the policies, whether you're in administration, so which are the policies do exist. And I may not, maybe for example, colleagues in ICT might not come to the registrar and ask me, but I would request the management to push this down to the people on the ground, because at the end of the day, it's you and me who are implementing these policies. We know that it's an examination policies. I could ask any of the faculty members here, Eunice, you teach for us in computer science. Do you know that it's an examination policy? Okay, so that just to let us know that we do have, there's a gap in communication with respect to policies, and policies are not just to be put on paper, but also for implementation. Then something I have also realized is that we need to also work as a system. And I'm here giving us challenges, something that for many of us who don't know, personally I've been in Kemu, I'm clocking 21 years in Kemu. So I've seen Kemu grow from where it's beginning, from 111 in my file. Now, what I'm just trying to say is this. If DDPL, for example, the Directorate of Virtual and Blended Learning, if I look at just the registration process, it starts right from the registrar's office to the department, to finance, to now towards me now where all students have to be on the digital campus. But if the registrar's office does not collect information correctly, or if finance does not input information correctly, it will definitely affect me at the end of the day. So what I'm trying to request all of us is that we need to see that each unit within the system affects the other person. So as a chair of department, and I'll say this because I have seen you at the registrar's office, in Kibrono's office, I've seen in Patrick's office, in the finance office, and it is very important that at this age, at the age where we are at with respect to technology, we really need these skills. Is there a failure, the system, the seamless operation in our systems? So we really need to think about, as a chair of department, how am I affecting the registrar's office? How is the registrar's office affecting the finance office? How is the finance office also affecting the DPL or even each other, each department? So I want to kindly request all of us to look at your work not as a silo, you're here working as part of the entire system, just like the way your body is. You cannot be breathing if your lungs, your heart are all not in coordination. So that's something that I want maybe the BBC in EPF's office take a challenge that we to see how we can work as a system, not in silos. And we don't really need technology for this. Even we've worked before this, technology for us in just in the other day, but prior to that, we were all manual, but things really did flow. Professor Ken here can say because he's been here longer than me, and we really need to work seamlessly as different units of one single body. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I am expecting also people online to raise their voice if they have a contribution. We are on an open session, open plenary, where we are raising our issues so that we can establish a good way forward and a good working mechanism. The contribution by the new is very important. I came with some experience to Kenya, where we were meeting on every Monday to analyze what that entity was doing, and everybody would give their report, then give a report of what you have seen, not well, of your colleagues' work. And I brought that issue to Senate one time, and then to you every another time. And some people were extremely uncomfortable. Later, I was told that a very senior officer was saying, I am undermining their work. And I wondered, if I'm raising something and I saw something is not working in your department, and we are in management, I'm only raising it so that we can improve our service delivery, not undermining you because I want to come to work anyway. So what you're saying is extremely important. If you find something is not working well in administration and you can help, why not? And I think they salute one late Dr. Kudia, who came to my office and told me there's something going on very wrong in a certain section. And we were able to correct it. So that's the way I know corporate work. But in Kenya, we have a culture that you see it as if you are being undermined when you are told your section is not working well. If I tell Dr. Lucy here that our QA is wanting, I'm not telling her so that I can take her job, it's so that she can improve. Senior. Anyway, that's a very important. I was just emphasizing that aspect, and it is the practice corporate work. We keep each other on check so that they can improve. Anyone else with a contribution or a question? Yeah. Right?
Yeah, I just want to add on what Jenu was saying. Looking at Kemu isn't a bad organization, but there are two things that really miss from that core value. And if we are very sincere in our hearts, we find out that we lack accountability because some of the mistakes that are clearly seen, they are not punished. So if you go there and you're talking about the same thing, and a mistake happened maybe a month ago, and somebody was not put to task to explain. If you put somebody else on task to explain something, then that's where the explanation issue comes in. So KEMU at a certain time lacks accountability. There are very few people who are put on a accountability basis. And in most cases, instead of having teamwork, KEMU you'll find the blame game is the order of the day. So if we can work on these two things, the accountability issue, the teamwork issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah, Dan. The other day, Dan said you have more sticks than carrots, and I got it very well. I hope you are not bringing more sticks. Okay.
Thank you. I've asked to use the podium because I have some notes on my notebooks here from yesterday's session. Firstly, I'd like to thank the conveners of this training for the 2-day session that you have provided, that you've given us for the training. Actually, I'd like to say they've been very enriching, especially for today. I noticed that in the morning we did not start with a recap of what we did yesterday. And I think we should have started because for many people yesterday was underwhelming. It wasn't very haikugonga mahali because I believe for at least the morning session was really about teaching, and we really spent a lot of time speaking on what lecturers should do, and I believe it did not really sit well with admin staff for the second session as well. But I'm here to talk about marketing, which was in the third session, where we talked about corporate marketing and brand image management. I'd start first of all by echoing the words of what my director has said. Our core values here are too many. There are too many. If you ask about Safaricom right now, you only think about two. If you ask about Airtel, probably think about one. If you ask about KEMU, you don't know where to start. Because you've been told you have a vision, which is very long. If I ask very many of you to talk about the vision, you just say globally Christian transformational leaders. That's what you remember. If you look at the mission as well is a very long. These documents are guiding us, yes, into the future. But we all have to identify with this document. During yesterday's presentation, Dr. Newton asked us about our brand and asked us, when you look at the KEMU brand, what stands out? And in that moment, I saw a lot of confusion because we're talking about our brand colors, brand logo, the serene environment that we have. But you as an individual, if you're moving out there and you're talking about KEMU, what can you talk about KEMU? How would you describe it? If you ask about the KEMU brand, how strong is it? If another university came here, would you guys fall apart? I looked at the competitors that we picked. Mount Kenya, where? Travel. Why are we benchmarking these guys who came and copied? Why are we not benchmarking the leaders? So I'm looking at KEMU's vision and KEMU's mission as things that can give us life, things that we are able to pick components There's something that I picked up from our mission here. Sorry, from our vision. Excellence. Everyone talks about excellence in this environment. So if we are excellent in everything that we do, that's where we start. If someone asks you about Kemu and the first thing that comes to mind is excellence, then you're able now to speak from there because you're able to say, we are excellent in how we teach, we're excellent in how we deliver, we are excellent in our facilities, we are excellent in everything that we do. Remember now two things. Corporate marketing and direct marketing are very different. We are told direct marketing is immediate, but corporate marketing is long term. So we have to see Kemu in 20 years from now. St. Paul's University came to benchmark with us, and they had a team that is planning 25 years ahead from today. TC, we have a 10-year strategic plan that is smack in the middle, you know. We are in the 5th year. But if I ask randomly, any of you, how many of you are aware of how much we have been able to do in that 10-year plan? How far along are we? We evaluated ourselves as a digital campus. What is stated in that strategic plan for the next 10 years, we've actually been able to achieve in 3 years. But we have not been able to do things as a university. So we cannot stand as a silo and say that we've been able to do this as a digital campus. We were very lucky because when COVID came, everyone had to adapt. So our department grew very quickly. So we have to think about marketing in those two areas, direct marketing and corporate marketing. We focus very well on direct marketing. We do adverts on TV, do adverts in the newspaper, we do adverts on social media. But are we aware that our image is what brings students to care? It's not the adverts that we do. The Media Council of Kenya released a report in April this year that said people are no longer watching TV. The viewership has fallen by 16% to around 50%. So that was people are around 65% in 2020, and that's when everyone was in. People now are not even watching TV, people are not reading newspapers, but the first thing that we are doing as a university is we want to create an advert, put it in the TV. We want to create an advert, put it in the newspaper. Social media has grown by 2.2 million users in 1 year. People are more, in fact, Kenyans are using their devices more than the average in the world. We are more on social media than anyone else on this planet. But we are not creating content for social media. I think every one of you who looked at the campaign that came right now recently here, social media was used a lot because people knew if you want to target young people, you go to social media. If we want to bring students to camp, we have to use the channels that those students are in. So we either speak to them by word of mouth, or we reach out to them via social media, or we spice up our brand. We have to think now. When we say the future is here, it's because Kemu is able to look at the future and bring it here. We are not copying what other people have done and then trying to rise. We must look forward and bring the future to them. So people, I'm asking you to look at our image, our brand as Kemu. We need to grow that brand. But for it to grow, we have to think like Kemu was thinking when it was started. Because then Kemu drew up a plan that was going to lead it into the future. Right now, we are doing a lot of catching up. It's not good. So we have to be honest to each other and tell ourselves that things are not working, but things can work if we get there. Thank you.
Well, from the dance experience, I will not limit the time, 1 minute. But he has brought very good points. We need to note them, especially on social media advertising. But I want to make a very quick response on the vision and mission of the university. Even the core values, this was thoroughly written by very serious people and found all the two ones found very important. If you compare with the former mission and vision and even the philosophy, our philosophy now is one sentence, I think about the 81 sentence, but the former philosophy was a paragraph. So we have greatly improved. However, I still have any input on how we can change for better. We are having a retreat, I think, in November to review the strategic plan, what is called the midterm review. And as Dan has rightly said, we are on our 5th year. So the strategic plan has its own mechanisms, and one of the mechanisms of implementation is a midterm review, which we shall have later this year, or maybe probably early next year, mostly this year. If you have any input, I believe that this year you will finance a big group to be involved in the exercise, and we'll take ideas. Even if we don't all retreat to do the strategic plan, we will have a mechanism which will have picked out the ideas and incorporate it into the revised one. That's the response I wanted to make on that, but the points from Dan are very important. We need to move together and move with the modernity. We need to trend where the world is trending. Good. Any other comments? But this time I'll make it limit to 1 minute, because we want to be here by around 5 also. 1 minute per speaker. Online, I have not had anybody talk or intend to talk. Please just give a shout. We'll be coming to you shortly. But now we are with the CFO Moro.
Thank you, my name is very short. I have an idea that concerns me a lot. From where I sit, we might get all the students we want. We might use all the mechanisms that we have to get our students here. But I have an issue, and I wish Kara was out here on come with me. When we have students coming here and they say they want to come, they put 100,000 in the bank. They say, no, I want to leave them because apparently the course I was told is for day is for even me, I was prepared for day, and vice versa. The course I was told that I'm coming to do is DRM. I'm told I must come to full time. So there's a disconnect between how we handle our clients who are coming. And my question is, how do we have our customer orientation? Remember, customer care is the vote. Customer was the king, and we said the king must be cared for. We talk about customer care. After customer care, we said, no, the customer care is not adding up now. The new analogy is customer experience. How is the customer experiencing us? How is the customer marketing us out there? We have to get more students. Once we get more revenue, we must get more students on board. So how are we as a university improve on that? I remember we had a session in the last, I think, get together where we were taking through customer care. Did we ever meet ourselves and see whether we? Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know whether we will be able to reach our target if the grant we handle at monthly. The customer feedback is wanting, and I can tell you we may use all the monies in the budget if the grants are beginning to market. But if you're not careful, we'll still getting them and getting away. Using money to get them in, you'll be finding their way out to go out there. And I know for sure we are committed. It's only that we need to go back and ask ourselves what else we need to remember after customer care organization, customer experience. The other question is how is the person handling the customer? This was good conversation. And as much as we want the customer to experience the the good things that came to us when we are here. How is the employee who is unreasonable? Is he happy or not? We have to put all those in perspective and ask ourselves, how are we going to do this? Because I know that really are struggling and I know we are trying to do ourselves. We are not doing well in customer care. Customer experience is key. Let the customer give us their feedback and they say they are and they bring others. I have had a conversation in a business university where the market says, no, we are not able to bring in students because our fees is high. So we need to increase fees in some certain areas. And I depend on beyond say, if customers only look for costs, how expensive a cost is, that is not better. There are many things that customers are looking for, and I think we need to ask ourselves, what is that? Let's go back there and ask ourselves, what else do we need to do to have these customers happy and bring them, and then they'll bring us. Thank you.
Very good. Prof. Mugambi, oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to talk about customer care, but Sefu has talked about that. But from QA perspective, I think one of the problems that we're getting our systems, I think we need to rethink on how we do our things. In QA, the experience that I've had for the last 4 years now in serving in quality assurance, I think to a large extent is like not understand what we are supposed to do. Our systems, our processes, our procedures have a little bit of disconnect. I think that each one of us, for us to be able to serve our customers, for us to be able to create value for our organization, I think this is the high time we rethink our system. When you look at some of the problems that are ailing us as a university, or some of the challenges we have, and to make reference the quality rules, one of the rules that I like reading is about the Pareto analysis or the Pareto rule. It says in organization, 80% of the problems have 20% causes. And actually, when we did benchmarking, we realized much of the challenges that we have as a university, they are contributed by systems that are not functioning well, or the processes, or the procedures, the way we do things, like the workflow. How do you work in your workstation? Do you plan yourself? Do you account for what you're supposed to do? Do you understand what you are supposed to do as a person? Then, when you understand what you're supposed to do as a person, within a department, within a segment, then you ask yourself, how does my work affect the other office or the other person? So that we have a seamless organization. What Jerry was talking about, system approach. So that you take your position, do what you're supposed to do, and do it with passion, knowing that you're serving the university. And some of the experiences I can share, some of us, we are supposed to do, for example, monitoring of classes, or we are supposed to ask the students to do evaluation of your classes. And sometimes we don't take it serious, but we realize when, for example, the external person comes in and wants to get, for example, the evaluation report, then you come asking, can we amend the report? Yeah, the report of other lecturers who were evaluated. So you wonder, why should we be asking the way to amend a report of other faculty if you know very well, for example, evaluation of your teaching is supposed to be done at the end of every trimester. So I think we really need to work on our systems. We really need to take position. Because all the universities that we visited during the CBL benchmark, the ones that we visited during the ISO, we could feel the synergy, the flow, the workflow. Things were just flowing from one level to another. From the top management, they do what they're supposed to do. The policies, and the policies are brought down, then monitoring mechanisms are put in place so that you are accountable for what you're supposed to do. Another time I was asking someone whether we can have a tool that can help us to
monitor what people do on daily basis. I would challenge us to ask ourselves, when we come to the office, do you have a checklist of the things that you're supposed to do? Or you just come logging in Facebook, or maybe make a call to your friend, gossip a bit, or you do whatever you want to do. Maybe you go for a lunch or something, then you come back, then in the evening you pass your bag and go. How do you feel? So I think we really need to work on our systems, and the management is very supportive when it comes to ISO implementation in the university. Some of these things, when we implement ISO, that is coming very soon, maybe we shall be able to take our position. So, yes.
Welcome, and let's now people are now to the ticket to hear of one then see whether there's anything online.
Yes.
I'll take only 2 minutes. Because of ancestral memory, to give you memory base, break down memory. And I tell you, we at Kenya can see that we are in the fourth stage. So we have developed in stages. We are in the fourth stage. Stage 1, we answered 1997, 2007, 2005. That is the stage when STEM started. There's an equal payment grew over clocks. We have 4 months without pay. But what move came from that stage to the next stage? I can tell you, those who are here today and others, people are very committed. Actually, people are very committed, for sure. Motivated, not by money, but by something else which I don't know. And even these companies you see, mostly area and Nairobi were actually started through voluntary work. People used to go to the city without being paid. And that's what made them from growth to the next level. The next level of avatars. You remember we used to go to the bar and everybody step aside. For us to be sacrificed. In the offices, we used to throw people away. We don't want to see the insurance people and the bad people coming through. Anyway, that is for that time. Then after that, I don't know what happened. Now, the salaries started, and that is the next stage. You know where we have come from, but now the body stage, things are moving, they are looking good. However, for us to move the body stage so that we are moving and move and accelerate our moving up, I think all the solutions are internal. They are not external. They have never been external. If you want to destroy yourself, everything, everywhere, you destroy yourself from internal. Nobody can destroy you from external if you put your house in through commitment. Simple thing, and it is not a lot of theory. You don't require theory. It's something practical, something which is very simple. When you go back to basics, it is possible to do that. Something like, and this is what I wanted to move to stage 1, that something like being wounded is one of the resources that we have. We have resources, but are we wounded steward? Whatever we have, whatever we do, because we are supposed to be steward. When we are right, we are supposed to be a wounded steward. In my personal capacity, am I a wounded steward? And remember, if you are not fond of resources like this university, don't think that even at your own museum, you'll be a good steward. Mistreat other people's children here. Yours will be mistreated elsewhere. Amen. Kama unasema hivyo, unasema mind be mistreated, and you are here mistreating others. So what I'm saying is that please, simple things as being good stewards can make this university grow the next stage. Because now we are going up, it can accelerate our going up. The other one, we should celebrate who we have and what we have. Remember, I came to realize that part of me is because of Kevin. See? The credit I get from my curiosity, it is because I am afraid that leave that Kevin job you think that it is useless. At the time you realize that your name is not. Are we together? Whatever you have, please enjoy it. And when you enjoy it, you are going to actually to appreciate it. It's even said somewhere in the Bible that unless you take, you value, you count the number of your days, and the most number of your days is in Kenya. So what we are saying is that celebrate who we are. We are Kenya Methodist University, and we should be proud of that. Let's feel good. Let's innovate. Let's believe in ourselves. It should not be told about. I'm not talking about the facilitator, but I'm talking about we can interrogate ourselves and see where we are moving forward. We can innovate. Simple things. Number three, let's celebrate our source of income. And this is what I want to say. When people started, even people in the kitchen, when we used to get 10 students, they passed that and get coming to register for them. Even people in the kitchen knew that we have now, today we have registered 10 students, and they could celebrate. And everybody was, it is not, is it not true? Everybody used to celebrate. And today you have registered, imagine that commitment. That commitment. Now, these others will be doing. That's the way we do it. Here is the organization. Why would we? And after 3 months, we do that we were happy to register. Anyway, what I'm saying is that let's celebrate our students and do the best we can and the commitment. Big dream, simple thing. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying and I insisting this is a good forum registrar is that let us not think hard. Theories of this. There is no theory. Theory is we commit ourselves and do the best, simple thing, basics. And we find that this university will get more and more and become number one, like we used to be. Remember, Kevin actually used to be number one. We used to be actually we were market leaders. We can go there. My colleagues, we can go there. Amen? Amen. I think we have closed the session for this plenary. To be always the last.
I had a point.
But okay, hold on online. We want to finish here. We really want to summarize. One minute. You know, this was my first idea to want to stop it.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me, not necessarily to interrupt that. But I want to say that I think the discussion we are having is asking us, have we lost the passion of making this institution the best? Have we settled? In other words, have we reached a point where we think
we can do nothing. And I think that's not a good feeling in any case. And that's why we are saying that we need to begin to put back the system approach, where I'm concerned about what my colleagues are going through, and I'm deliberately interested to making things work, even with what we have. The resources available to us to improve the experience, like the CFO would say. Rather than going to the end where we think we are settled and we're done, we begin to feel that we can do even better with what we have. Even as we seek to get more resources, more improvement, and so on. But we build back the passion. And that passion has to be built from at every level. Whether you are leading the institution, whether you are responsible for receiving students, or you are doing administrative work, or I'm a faculty member, or whichever position I study. And I think we need to ask ourselves, like Dr. Mami would say, when we started, we were all here. I mean, the people who were cleaning were part of the past, like we are today, and everybody did their part. And we felt like the mantra we used to say that we are a team. I think that used to be a very important statement. We are a team. Meaning, if you don't do your part, our team will not succeed. We will not go forward. So I don't want to repeat what my colleagues who, of course, we went for benchmark observed. And I think we have learned a lot through these 2 day sessions. But I'm asking ourselves to regenerate the passion of making Kemu stand out. And I think one time I attended a workshop at Strasbourg, and we were told, you are not competing. Just make your blood the best blood that there is. Don't think about the competition about Mount Kenya, Catholic, whatever. It's not a competition. Make your blood the best. Where people come to the market and without thinking much, they say, this is my choice. It doesn't matter what else anybody else is making. Just like we have a lot of self in this room. And if you ask some of us, perhaps I've never changed my blood of the self since I started the self. Because I think this is the best blood. So when you go to the market, I'll just check, have we have a new release? And I'll go on and go on and go on. Because that is the concept that we believe in the institution, we believe in what we do, and we do it to give the best. Thank you.
So children, you take it there for this plenary, but we go online for this venue. Online, please unmute and give a comment.
Yes, thank you very much, Registrar. Mine will be very brief. I've been in these trainings, and it has been interesting and eye-opening. Mine is just 1 point because several Professor Mogambi and even Jenu saying what I wanted to say is that we hand other trainings also. And I believe, Registrar, through your secretariats, we have been raising resolutions upon the trainings that we have been holding. My kind request is that if we could have a strategy or a way of trying to monitor the resolutions we made, to review the resolutions we made upon those trainings and see what you have executed and what you have not executed, even before we move to another training. And that will make us even implement many of the things that you have not implemented. Even before I take the point of Dr. Luce, even before ISO comes, several of us have talked about personal commitment. Now, even before we have another training, have we implemented what we resolved, the resolutions we made upon several other trainings that we have done? This also will go down to every resolution that we make as a staff, whether faculty or admin, in several other meetings that we have. May it be Senate, may it be deans, may it be management. There are resolutions that we make at the personal level and corporately. We implemented even before we move to the next level. So mine is just the emphasis of following up to see whether we have implemented upon the resolutions that we make upon every meeting that we have, every training that we have, and that will make us move further to the steps that are ahead of us. That's what I hand, Registrar.
Thank you for that input. At this point, following what something I said, what announced that
The certificates from the previous training are ready. The previous training was basically or mostly about policies, especially the HR policy and all that. I am not sure with any solutions on the way forward. I think that was an idea I wanted from this training. So we have not lost anything. We are still on track on the matters we want to implement. So this is the training from which we will get one or two maximum 3 solutions. And that's why we are ending, so that when the DC is coming here, we just make the solution very fast. So online, anyone else? Maure. Dr. Maure, you are my benchmark. Are you there? I'm at a laptop. Dr. Maure. Can't even see the laptop. And Dr. Susan Briscoe. We are going to investigate this area. Okay. And we want to come back to but
and I think we think of how we do appraisal, and I want to therefore your suggestion on the 360 appraisal system so that people are appraised across, that we get more feedback on our performance. So that, for example, if my office, I'm appraised by the students, I'm appraised by the faculty, the seniors across.
Okay, that is noted and a good suggestion. I think we will take it on discussion and we'll give it UMP and see how we can do it. I think we want to open up here, but I still have that for anyone. Do we have something in Mombasa? Mombasa, unajua nini wewe pia? Unatusikiza? Anyway, I think we will end it there. The time is not very well much for us, but something we really don't want to talk about Dr. Again. That will be the very last moment that we will go to close and therefore.
Thank you so much. I think we are in very valuable and fruitful discussion, and I'm sure they are going to add value to our university. I want to speak on excellence, which has been talked about here, which is a branch we cherish and a branch we should think about. So that we are asking ourselves, when we are talking about excellence, as a branch okay, what are the drivers of excellence? How can we get to that excellence? We have one tool which is moving us to excellence, and which the management has tried to implement as much as possible. That is performance, contract, and appraisal, which the quality assurance is saying it is good to involve multi-dimension in as far as appraisal is concerned, which is something very good. And especially when we are touching it now to evidence, that is a driver to excellence. Now, we have other areas like monitoring of the class attendance and what have you. If they are done in an excellent manner, then they move us to that excellence. Then we also have the universities now have gone digital. They have gone biometric. In as far as monitoring the staff presence in workplace is concerned. The biometric issue, I've tried to make research. It is not something which is a system which is very expensive. Secondary schools, they are funding that And I think it is something we can implement as habits so that we ease the burden of somebody moving from one office to another to check if the other person is actually in, and we can clock in and out. Then that is a driver to excellence in some areas. Then we have also a monitoring and evaluation department. So that when we talk about our implementation of our policies, we have a department which monitors the extent to which various issues in our policies have been implemented and give a report. We have strategic plan, which is for 10 years. We try to evaluate it ourselves through our performance contract. But I think it will be better and it will be more effective if we are having periodic reports from a department which is evaluating that. We have our campuses where they are and the plans in those campuses. Apart from the reports which the principal, the directors give, who is monitoring and evaluating what is going on there? We have so many other things which are happening. I mean, we have so many other resources. The way we use them, the way we implement, and we think like this where we are having way forward and we come up with suggestions. We implement, who look at it. We go for meeting, management meeting, we go for Senate meeting, we make a decision. We need a monitoring and evaluation. So that even the tools we are doing, monitoring can be done periodically. I remember we have had to close campuses, several of them. And this is because sometimes nobody will be able to tell exactly what is happening. But I want to believe if we are the very serious monitoring and evaluation system to monitor what is going on there, maybe those campuses is not as close. So that is my contribution, APD. And it is something I've always said we need to think about it so that we can monitor what is going on. So that even before we close something down, it has been monitored and it has been evaluated periodically. So that we don't come to an end and we say now we are not making it. I know we have that is the business plans, business analysis, and that is benefit, loss analysis, and so forth. But I'm talking about monitoring and evaluation. And if we go to institutions which perform and which are very successful, there must be monitoring and evaluation periodic and which is checking on what is going on, and even the programs we close. Before we reach out there, we have really monitored them and found out now this cannot work. Thank you so much and God bless you for listening.
Yeah, that's a very good suggestion. Many organizations have a monitoring and evaluation. Our units, which is resource, we do not have that capacity. But we are careful and we know ourselves. We have a lot of financial constraints, so we can't have the luxury of very many resources. But we are making do with what we have. Like M&G unit, we told some of us to cut the extra duties that are required when we get complaints of overwork, we know, of course, some of our plate. Therefore, some of the very critical areas of implementation lack or suffer from that anyhow, we will see what we can do moving forward. But now, allow us to close this session because it's getting too late. However interesting it is coming, we have to put it to an end. Thank you very much for all the participation. We will now ask Prof. Mugabe if you are one to invite the DC. If you said everything, then the DC can come and close. Then we will have a question. Thank you.
Well, we have kept you here. But one thing which is a fact is that right now we are addressing the wrong. I can tell you that I'm actually addressing the wrong. If I'm going to be saying some of the things which I've been saying here. The ones who are supposed to be listening, who are supposed to be changing, are not in this room. I can tell you point blank. We will know even any chance of embarrassment that those ones who are here don't require to know what they are saying. Because by you know what you are supposed to be doing. And I'm sure even in your own offices, you do what you are expected to do. So in other words, the ones we are addressing are wrong. Yeah. I'm sure these ones can do all what we are telling you without us telling you. Yeah. Those are the demand.
Yes.
You have been here since
yesterday.
And Mugabe has said that he is one of those ones who used to know when one student has reported perfectly. That shows how committed he is. Unfortunately, we have not been able to give us somebody to verify how it. Can you work on that one first? And I know the other, right now, if I go to the reception, it does not have available. And we are still doing customer service. So the teacher can also work on that. Yeah. I think I don't want to sing about that. We don't also want to kill our staff. As I said, is that somewhere like reception is covered in law about how you should be able to take care to somebody who is always on the phone. So, even if you have this one, so that it's not that we want to punish people, but we might call those ones who have attended none and just in the chapel here and try to ask them, why did you attend? Yeah. And this one should also be going to the files of the people so that when you see somebody and this one has never attended this start trading, considers it as a waste of time or a talk show or talk show, which means that they don't value it. So I like what Jen said, what Mimi was talking about, but unfortunately by that time we are also addressing the wrong. Because that time they were about 6 or something out of a total of how many members of staff. Right now they are about what? I think now they are about that. So I'm also addressing the wrong people literally. So you can see what I mean. I think you should be having about
46. 46.
Yes, exactly. So you see we are addressing the wrong people. Yeah, there is nobody who is here who requires to be told what. Those ones who are not here are the ones who require to be told what. Unfortunately, that is the sad thing of that. So, maybe thinking about get this one. But apart from that, we can enjoy ourselves, given that we are the ones who, especially those ones who are here, those ones who are also online, are the ones who are trying to make, and maybe a few others. Somebody might have left office for some reason. Maybe in Nairobi somebody is fearing some factors. We understand. But mainly those ones who have not even attended from yesterday, immediately they saw that memo, they didn't even click anything. Those are the ones whom we require to be talking. Maybe we talk with the studies, the psychiatrists, the counseling, Kadia and Tanaka. I don't know whether Kadia is there. Ken is here. Ken?
Yes, I am online.
Yes, we might give you more customers. But we have had some nice meetings. We realize why Kutuka is looking young. He's retired. Exactly, he's a very good service. No, we don't why he has since we came here. But now I know why he has never came. We were arguing with Mugambe here. Mugabe was insisting he has not retired. So I was telling Mugabe, no, maybe there are some certain categories of retired. So Mutunga has taken one. Because if you go to his file, he has his early retirement. Can you change that one retirement? You can't change it. He retired. The others who take retirement at 60, the others who take at 70, the others who fully office to the permanent retirement home, the beautiful bedroom. Yeah, so they are those who are good, so they are different retirement. But we are happy that we had one person who is retired here. But the next session, because retirement training does not stop, we can even be having it mentioned every now and then, even 3 times or 4 times a year. So next time you can get somebody who retired at 70, bought a car, married a second wife, and they can or second husband, and they don't tell us how they have managed survive. Because as we was saying, we are told that anybody who goes and buys a house with their lump sum, they are actually going down less than 3 years if they are lucky 3 years. So I think I agree with what Mwimi said. We should be having other people protect us so that it doesn't look as if it is a death sentence. Until Mwimi doesn't want to retire, unfortunately, you have to retire. But maybe you reach where you are, start figuring out about that. And others will be telling you don't build a house last time. And I don't know what you're supposed to do. Anyway, you might even be kicked out of the house you are. So where would you live? So we have some others. Yeah, a spouse can kick out the other one from their house. Where do you go? You might have to that now you can understand why you so take care of all those things. Maybe. So sometimes well, it's quite a tough thing. I would say concur with Mugabe. We are doing well, but we can do better. We are doing well, but we can do better. Especially those who are committed. I talked yesterday about best practices, common sense, commitment, also innovativeness. Yeah, so we can use any of that. Basically, I don't know why it is some sort, but it's that or something. It's tired. Oh, you can read it. Who discovered this one? He never no, who discovered the problem we have? He never went for any benchmarking. She was just innovative and he even invented something. That is I substitute. He just had enough of all one advisor. From there, even Galileo didn't do any research or this specific benchmarking. But he discovered so many things, including moons in Jupiter. And he didn't have even all the power gadgets which we have nowadays. So, and of course, you know, Archimedes, Pythagoras, Canalica. So, all of them tried to use their good brain, which they were given free of charge by our mighty. So, let us try to use those ones. And I believe those ones who are here, and I will still repeat it again, those ones who are here use their good brains to decide. I don't have to even leave. I can say up to the edge. Others, they didn't even want to think about that. It was going to be taxing to their brains. But anyway, as I said yesterday, believe also with those things. As I was telling you in the morning, it will be buying sweets for this training. This is a very serious training, not just a joke. So next time we should be having sweets so that when people come in the morning, they can also be, you know why sweets are given in our workshop? Yeah, to actually, chewing makes your both sides of your brain to work together. And that is why it is even encouraged when you are driving. Because it makes both sides of your brain sort of connected to one another. Otherwise, if one goes to Srabarat, then the other one will swatch it. In a fraction of a second, you find people looking the opposite direction. You wonder what happened here. Okay, it's not somebody who was thinking well, who went to climb a tree that up. So, well, I think the next one you have chance to, we should always be having sensitizing of policies. So I think Humphrey, the next one should be talking about finance policy and all the related policies. So you can also call procurement and can talk about procurement plan, which has never been under in the cabinet. People have never prepared procurement plan. So the way you pay, you pay for this, and the way the procurement usually does their things, there is no document. They prepare their own because nobody prepares it. So also budgeting and all that, because we are supposed to be having cost centers, and Humphrey and his staff, they just sit and prepare budget. They don't even have to get any information from outside. That is a different experience from what I have gone through, even when I was in the ministry. I remember one time, just before I went for university, I went to represent the Department of Treasury, where I know everything was slashed by a half, development expenditure. So all what we had put for workshops was all reduced by a half. I still remember who was the PS Treasury that time. So budgets, people should know about budget and also the other one, which is the whatever the procurement plan. So I hope that in the next one we'll bring that. And we are going to be using policies. I know policies have been mentioned here. This is the best time we can be having about 2 sessions to be sensitizing people on policies. I don't know how the academic ones will be done, because I think you have a problem with the academic, especially at the top, because there are training, they are in coming. This time, none of them is here. So, I don't know. That you are part of that division. But you can pass as a message. It's a concern. The training is not, in fact, the most important people in the training in the class is the academic members of that. Because us in administration, we support them. And without them saying even what they want, how we support them, and then towards the end, they are the ones who offer the service. They are the production right. So if they don't offer service, we can think about it here. But provided we don't know what the rector is doing, we just be lost. So I think we require them to come, the next one to come in. They can start with the most important policy. Then they can come and go through them, take staff through them, rather than just to send to staff to read. People have a way of not reading things. So I think it's important that we have policies also to sensitize. That is why we say we are having these training sessions. I would say that I love the registrar for having organized this one, because since we don't have a staff meeting, okay, I know we have one next week, but this one is also a chance to be able to engage with the staff and write some of the things we are saying. But apart from that one, I think we might require change in management. Maybe that one might take maybe or 2 sessions at least, because people would like to ask questions, and the one who is going to present on it should not present it purely. We want practice it. Like the way the finance people, I think they are considered a bit leading numbers, including Humphrey there, but their presentation was quite good. Yeah, it was more to the fact. You save money now, it saves you in the future. So that sentence tells me everything. Don't have to write so many whole paragraph of it. So I think the other people who came from the fund administrator and also the fund manager and also the pension scheme administrator. RFBA, of course, they want to come, but they really told me Christmas was in the class of Brian Ochiel, the first group of graduates. This guy was representing Brighton. Yeah, she told me she was in that first group of graduates. So, and she's working directly, but she told me that this time they are around Elmo and Baraka, so they wanted to choose. So maybe I just, no, we agreed that we can go have next time. Yeah, so there's no problem, but she is one of our former students, Rubina. But it is very angry. And she was actually really looking forward to coming to Kenya. So, of course, Kemu, as Nabi said, is that there used to be a judge, and I knew about it. We were in view together when I was in Moi University. And all of a sudden, I saw this university as not a view. Because now I need to pass there as I'm going to audio. So it took the word in a bang or with a bang. And it is not very difficult to go back there. The name is still there. The people you produce are still there. And they are still proud to have been here. It's just a bit of little commitment for those of us who are here now. So I had to make sure that we return it where it was. Even it requires maybe some of us to leave so that we can move faster. You know, say somebody else can come and take over. Yes. Sometimes you also sacrifice. You can sacrifice and give others to move faster because after some time somebody has to reach its head of thinking capacity. And when you reach there, it's good to also assess your own situation. I'm sure these ones have been according to that. They know when you are getting a robot and the intelligent agent, you train it also to know how to figure out its own environment, evaluate itself, and decide how to behave, like to imitate a human being. So if a human being can't do that, then it means that the robot will be better than that person. So it's important that we evaluate ourselves. However, I want to say that time management is important. And the time management brings me back to the people who are here. I think we should have not been. So I would if we say, even if we say we are going to end at 5, please let us end at 5. Yeah. Let the presentations be 60 minutes. That is usually a standard. Let them be 60 minutes, then people interact. So that somebody doesn't start teaching, but presenting. Yeah, because we have people tend to, especially people who are in the university sector or education sector, or others are politicians, they tend to teach. They assume you know nothing. You have to teach all that. So let it be restricted to 60 minutes. That is usually the best way. So that you can have 1 hour maximum. It's usually 40 minutes. If you invite people from, for example, the Commission for University Education, if you invite them for more than 40 minutes, they will tell you, can you reduce my presentation 40 minutes? Then 20 minutes for engagement. Yeah. So let us stick to that. And the people who are going to be processing are told exactly. I think we have managed to reduce some of the meetings, UMB, senators, those who are senators, to a reasonable time. And I am still planning to reduce UMB to about 2 hours at most 3 hours. So that you approve decisions, it becomes easier. Then people who are very busy, members of UMB or even senators, they can go and try to implement what you have agreed, or to even monitor what is happening around, so that the PC doesn't have to move around, monitoring who is in class, why students are sitting inside. That is not supposed to be my work. But unfortunately, sometimes I have to go and ask the students, what is happening? They say we are expecting a class. What now? I have to start calling the people. I should not be even doing that. So even students, I know we have reduced it substantially, and that one is good. It's quality, not we are supposed to go for quality, not quantity of time. Yeah. So it's not quantity of how long you should sit here, but what you say, like now I'm talking to the wrong people. That is not quality. Yeah. So I think with that one, I should be stopping to talk. The only thing I can say is that I first of all say we are doing well, but we can do better. There's always room for improvement at an individual level. Because what you do is what is going to determine what. Furthermore, my performance contract with the council is the top of whatever has come from everybody. So if everybody is asleep, then I also will be asleep at the top. So it's a sum total. So let people do where they are doing. I think I'm always feeling like stopping to talk because I'm talking to the wrong people. But yeah, because the people I should be talking to are not here. So I think I better stop at that. I have to say that Kemu, we are going to be hosting a peace meeting on, I think it's on 13th, no, it's 12th and 13th. That is for university colleges and students. Peace something, okay, it's from the PS, from the PS education. And I think we have only been chosen, we are the ones who are holding for this central region dialogue. So you can imagine the nearest first, the next one is Machakos and Masaiman and took in Nairobi. So we are holding for this particular region, and the ministry will be the one which will be charged of that. I think that is a good chance for whoever will be assuming that I don't think there will be another government that time. The PSS and the CSS will be the same. So we will be able to hold that one, and recognize this one. It means we are no. We don't require to push too much. We just require a lot of energy, ready to commitment. Doesn't require even to go for training. What Nigeria went so in Alakana, I think, I don't know whether they asked why they did like that. And your former colleague is the one who was their host. Yeah. And they went to also and they were saying things, what things can one, but as it has been said, it is from us. And it is only going to, unless you tell us we have raw quality stuff, because that is what they told me. We are able to think or check this because we have to go figure out this for opportunity. I don't think it is like that. They won't be well. Yeah. So we should we know who we are, we know what we can do. It's just a bit of commitment. So for those others who are not committed to carry them upon, at some point they'll be falling apart. Yeah, we want to talk about. Yeah, so otherwise members, it is a pleasure, of course, to see so many people. And it was a pleasure also to have been here. And we'll make sure that we move forward. So we have taken your comments on implementation. Yesterday, that one was telling me how implementation of some areas like merging of some courses is if the implementation is the problem. The report I remember it was, when Professor Fodi was here, it came up with solutions, but they have never been. I was shocked. So we will sort that. Some people will see with your support. So register next time, please give us sweets, and you give us enough of them, and make sure that we are happy. So thank you very much, and please have a good evening.
Thank you very much, BC, but sure we will make thumbs even beyond 6. When we are given power to provide, we will do it. We want to establish just 2 or 3 way forward. Any suggestion? One, there was a proposal by Dr. Mitonka actually to have a conference. Techniques. We propose to plan for it.
Yeah, I think we can take a look in that area and being at least at university, I think we can get a teacher, even make some money out of it. So we'll think about that the new year, I believe. We will have, according to our contract, or the performance contract, we have come to the end of training general staff training for this year. And of course, we will have a sufficient time to come on the board to complete what we have planned. At the beginning of the year, we are taking the things for the year at the Christmas. We are glad what that we are able to accomplish. So we plan for next year, but there is training that the BBC
on a different arrangements for the teams and COPs. So anyhow, we thank you very much for the perseverance and for being with us all along. We will still continue to be open to critics. Critic is positive. Criticism is negative. But all of them, we are open. Please feel free so that we can improve. Thank you very much. We will now ask Asina Kimara to close the session with a word of prayer. And tea will be served outside there. Those who are online, thank you very much for participating. Let's keep Kevin. Let's make Kevin great. Thank you.
Thank you, Registrar. But just before we do the prayer, I want to report that the harmonization process is going on. From the office of the DPC Academic Affairs, we have created a competition which were made for the harmonization of the process to the deans and the CODs and requested them to be in the course loading for this trimester so that the harmonization is factored adequately and comprehensively in the course loading for this trimester. I shall ensure also that office we call it up and so that the cost of we can be able to cut costs because harmonization is about cutting costs and that is what we want so that other things can get money for us to do. So Wanabisi, that is already being done and we took note about it and the deans and the CODs have been asked to look at that document and factor in the harmonization in the cost loading for this training. So we shall follow up with the implementation of the same. So thank you so much for it. Can we stand? Can we bow down to the thank God? Jehovah God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, we come before your presence, give you thanks, give you honor, and exalt you for having granted us the ability to be here from morning to now and to listen keenly to the teachings and the presentations. We want to thank you, Jehovah Father, for we believe whatever we have learned today is not going to go in waste, but it is going to add value to our processes. It is going to add value to our institution culture. It is going to add value to the way we handle our work and our customers. I will pray that Almighty God shall give us the ability. Even they that are not with us here and they are part of this university, we want to pray that Almighty God, they shall be able to catch up and move with us so that we are able to take this university to the next level. As we move on now to our various residences, we commit ourselves unto you and we pray that Almighty God, you grant us journey mercies. Be with us, Almighty God, and protect us. Father in heaven, we cannot forget to thank you for the peace you have given us in this country, even after we have done the voting, and after all what has happened after the voting. We want to thank you for holding this country together in one piece. We give you glory, we give you honor. Take charge of our students even as they come back to the university. Grant that Almighty God, they shall find the resources, the finances, even to finance their education as they come back. We thank you and we bless you. For this we pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, the
fellowship of the Holy Spirit,
be with us now and forevermore.
Amen.
God bless you.
Amen. Bye.
Amen. Bye.
Bye.
Amen.
Bye.
Bye.
Recording stopped.